most importantly, benefit from these investments. As I wrap up, one important toolkit that I believe Kenya is a forefront runner in is the idea around education. Yesterday we had Professor Olubai, and as I was listening to the conversation, he mentioned something very important, and he focused on the fact that education is a skill. But his questioning is, if education is a skill, how can the diasporic expertise and skill be used to grow the economy? And so he calls up for the idea of specialized education, something similar to the creation of Ivy League universities. The idea behind this is not necessarily to segregate the idea around education. It is more to create specialized education, much like we would have somebody who's got a master's and a PhD. And the point is that specialized education, if it's coming from the diasporic entity, can be used back home, and it can be used to be able to grow the economy. Lastly, we had a really interesting taped recording by Reverend, I think his name is Dylan. And Dylan's conversation basically called and tapped into the idea that Africans are powerful. I actually did not know this, because he actually explained that when you look at the contribution of the Africans in America, we're looking at a contribution of spending power of close to $2 trillion for Africans in diaspora. What does this mean? It means that that economic power is essentially sitting loose. It's not been tapped into. This is the power of conventions such as these. We come here not just for the purposes of talking, but most importantly, we have actual people who are living lives and have actually turned their diasporic experience into actual strategic ways of contributing to the national economy. I'm going to use an example, and I didn't ask for your permission, but I'll use it anyway, and I'll explain later. We have a business investor here by the name Margaret Kimani. She's sitting right here. She's laughing. She's right here. And she gave an example, and she said that the diasporic experience in terms of, for example, her personal experience with living in the diaspora, she represents the Kenyan that has come back home and has taken her expertise and turned it into actual incentives. She gave an example of her 8-year-old daughter who is, I believe, doing beekeeping, right? So an 8-year-old has a parent who is encouraging her, and the parent is a diasporan who is back home, a returnee, as we call them. And the point is, we are trying to expand this type of thinking, and people like Margaret represent the idea behind what I just mentioned, the need for shifting the narrative. Let's not keep talking about remittances, but most importantly, try and find strategic ways of figuring out how we can contribute to not just ourselves, but most importantly, grow the economy and place Kenya at the place where it should be, which is the international stage. This is my wrap up. My name again is Sabina Achieng. Thank you very much for joining us, as well as those who are online. I hope that they're able to participate and also actively join us. Thank you once again, and welcome to today's topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabina. Let's give Sabina a round of applause. Thank you very much for that elaborate presentation of what happened, what transpired yesterday. And this is yet another very important day for the diaspora to be able to now get information that will translate them from where they have been for a while in an area which is like a baby taking milk and then growing to be able to have teeth to chew a little more. And that will be equated to remittances will be relatively easier, because you'll just remit, press a button, and it goes. And then when it comes to affordable housing, I think that has happened fairly well. But now the people of Kenya are saying there is more that the diaspora can do in order to have this nation moving forward. And to be able to take you forward, we want to create information for you in the areas of greater interest that can enable you now move to that next step as you grow into more challenging areas of development. And as you may be aware, all is dependent on the natural resources. Kenya has abundance of natural resources. We have the blue economy, seas, the oceans, etc. And today we are going to have various presenters that will point out some of those potential areas of interest, so that as you key in, you can relate to those opportunities that were mentioned by the speakers yesterday, and how to tap into it, mobilize your fellow diasporians to be able to tap into those kind of opportunities, thereby benefiting your nation in all ways possible. So the first presenter today is Stephen Courier. Stephen Courier from Australia. He will be speaking with us online, and the session is about mineral rights, issues to do with petroleum. And I will take this opportunity, therefore, to ask the digital team with us here to connect Stephen Courier, if he's available. If he's available online, is he? Very well, good. Okay, let us also have Mr. John Omingo, if you are here. Mr. John Omingo will be virtual. And David Otuama. Mr. David Otuama, if you are available, come over. Next will be David Madhu. Is David Madhu with us here? National Housing. David Madhu of National Housing. In the absence of David Madhu, we'll move to the next presenter, Lieutenant Colonel Hared H. Ada, who is the CEO of National Drought Management Authority. Do we have him around to join us here at the high table? And a representative from the National Drought Management Authority? None. How about Ms. Sarah Wahogo, CEO, Safaricom Investments Cooperative? And a representative, please come over. Let us give a round of applause to Sarah. She comes forward. We'll also be having a discussion on opportunities and prospects for diaspora in the manufacturing sector. And to take us through this will be Elder Elias Mabiria. Is he available? Elias, do you have Elias around to join us? Elias, okay. We'll also have the opportunity to listen to Engineer Charles Kalomba, who is the Secretary General of the Kenyan National Federation of Juakali Associations. Is Engineer Charles Kalomba around? Is he in? Very well. The next session will be on leveraging the diaspora resources to promote youth in agribusiness mashinani. And the presenter will be Dr. Kamau Kashigi, the CEO and founder of Gearbox. Will be available online. It's already available online, very well. It's already available online. And then we'll give him a few minutes as we start off with Sarah of Safaricom Investment, and then soon after get Engineer Charles Kalomba on the online. Yes. Oh, sorry. Oh, we have Prof. Letter. Yes, please, yes. Professor, come on. Welcome. Let's give a round of applause to Professor Misheka. I know you've just had a cup of tea, therefore you still have a reserve of energy. Can we have a loud be Sarah of Safaricom Investment. And as always, we'll be having 8 minutes maximum. Atieno, the managing partner of Law, where can you come forth? Atieno, managing partner. If she's in there. Aha. Let's welcome. Karibu sana. Karibu sana. Thank you. So let's have Sarah giving us a presentation of what Safaricom Investment is, what opportunities exist therein, and what kind of partnerships you'll wish to have with the diaspora. Thank you.
Kenya Diaspora Alliance Board Chairperson, Dr. Sheth Achwotho, Diaspora Investment Club Chairman, Mr. Paul Gitonga, Head of Secretariat Global Planning Committee, Ambassador Zia, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored to be here today to talk about investment decisions, especially investment while in the diaspora. The lady who talked just before me spoke about partnerships, and at Safaricom Investment Cooperative, we are very big on partnerships because we believe that it's very difficult to do it alone. So we are always out here looking for partners that we can work together to support our diaspora members and Kenyans in the diaspora, to be specific. I want to say something about Safaricom Investment Cooperative for those of you who may not have heard about us before. Safaricom Investment Cooperative was formed in 2009 under the Cooperatives Act, Cap 490, to pursue joint investments for its members. As an investment cooperative, Safaricom Investment has been in real estate space since its inception and has over the years grown consistently through undivided focus and attention while pursuing various investment opportunities for the benefit of its members. So just to clarify, we are not a real estate company, we are an investment institution. That means that we have various investment opportunities for Kenyans in the diaspora, for our diaspora members, as well as for all our members. This is a very dear topic to me because, as I said, we have been having regular engagements with our diaspora investors for the longest time and offering them guidance on how to invest back home. So, as an investment cooperative, so today we boast of land and housing projects in many parts of the country with over 7,000 title deeds issued to our happy and satisfied investors. So investing in the diaspora. Investing is something that everyone, if not all of us, aspire to do. Investing ensures we have put money aside that actually builds wealth over time and gives us security now and even in the future, especially after retirement. As we think about financial security, investing while abroad should not have any obstacles. When we talk about diaspora investments, we cannot fail to mention the important role these remittances play in the growth of our economy. Diaspora remittances in Kenya is among the top sources of forex and have remained resilient over the years, as data has shown. I think the speaker who was before me had mentioned the same. While those in the diaspora look at investing back home, this journey can sometimes be a daunting task, and as we might have heard from different people. People have entrusted relatives and investment firms in the hope that their investments and projects will progress smoothly, only to come back home and find no value for the money they have been sending, or that the project they have heavily invested in while abroad was actually a white elephant. So how can you ensure that your investment back home is safeguarded? Number one, get a reliable and trusted investment partner. Getting a reliable and trusted investment partner is one of the most important ways of safeguarding your investments. Reliable investment partners, such as Safaricom Investment Cooperative, are regulated and accredited by the government. Accredited by the government bodies, which means that all their operations are scrutinized and your investments are protected and safe. Investing with a reliable partner also means that there are no middlemen involved, and you are working with a partner that has a positive and proven track record. You also know that an investment partner is reliable when you know investors who can refer you and who have been with that partner for a while. This gives you security and assurance of the investment firm. Another way of ensuring your investment is safeguarded is by doing your due diligence before you actually invest. Today, technology has given us an easy way to search and getting the track record of investment partners. And what do I mean by this? Information is available on the websites, on the social media platforms, where you can actually tell what the other investors are saying about the investment vehicle that you've chosen. So with technology, information is available, and therefore, you know, the markets have become global markets, and you can be able to make a decision while in the diaspora, even when probably you've not interacted with the organization directly, you can easily tell what other investors are saying about your choice of an investment firm. For an investment partner whose roots are unclear and where you cannot get information about them, then you start having question marks and shying away from these partners. So the best way is to get information that will assist you make a decision. Ladies and gentlemen, technology is a big driver of our society today. Investing with a partner who has embraced technology is another important way of ensuring your investments are safe. At Safaricom Investment Cooperative, we are very keen on automating all our systems. In fact, this is a process that is in our strategic plan and which we have embarked on. So what am I saying? I'm saying that for our diaspora investors at the sitting room, at the comfort of your sitting room, you should be able to access your portfolio. You should be able to see the various investments that you have with us. And even when you remit, the notifications are instant, and this makes it much easier for all of us, for you and for ourselves. Diversification is also a very important aspect of safeguarding your investment. Just as the saying goes, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Same goes for investment. Do not put all your money in one investment line. I believe that one is self-explanatory, so that you get to benefit from the various returns that various investment lines can offer. Have some investment in real estate, which is one of the surest bet of investment, and which we are big at. Put some money in money markets and in other sectors to ensure that you are not relying on one type of investment for returns within your portfolio. By diversifying your investments in different sectors, you reduce volatility. As I conclude, I want to emphasize that when investing back home, choose a reliable partner that will deliver their promise to you. At SIC, our track record is that of delivery to promise. And with every project we've started, we have been keen to stay within the timelines to ensure our clients are satisfied. Allow me to thank the Kenya Diaspora Alliance for bringing together players in the diaspora market to discuss this very important topic on how we can leverage diaspora resources while ensuring inclusive growth. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, everyone.
Let us give a round of applause again to Sarah for that informative presentation. And the next presenter hopefully is online now. Is Stephen Kuria or Dr. Kashigi, who is present. Okay, Dr. Kashigi is online. Let's put him through, please. Dr. Kashigi, are we ready for him? Oh. Okay, I
can see one line.
Okay.
Once it's bottom there. Waiting for the next.
Okay.
How the sheet is set.
Oh. It's, possibly we can have one of the presenters here going on as we get ready. Dr. Chodo, can we proceed that way?
Just 1 minute, we see if we can. Let's have a mic here meanwhile. Dr. Gashigi, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Can you give us 5 minutes, possibly? 8 minutes, and then we
because I know he's going into a boardroom.
Okay.
This way, if we can get a microphone. Dr. Gashigi, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Just one moment. Microphone. Or he's bring that. Okay. Just sorry for the tech issue.
That's okay.
Yep.
Colleagues, there's a good reason why we're requesting. Try to.
Go ahead, say hello, Dr. Gashigi.
Yes, good morning all. The chairman of the Kenya Diaspora Alliance, Dr. Shem Ochodo, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and pleasure to be here to share what it is that I do within the context, especially of job provision.
Doctor, please bear with us as we sort out. We have our next speaker because what you want to say is so important to us. Can you, as we sort out tech?
Yes.
Thank you. Let the next speaker
Sure.
go on.
Sorry for that lapse. And we make up by inviting one of our presenters who's already here with us. Next to speak will be Eric Muriuki from MMK Law, and he'll be talking to us about secure partnerships as you launch into other investments. How do you ensure that your efforts and your interests are protected? Let's give a round of applause to Eric Muriuki.
Thank you so much. The chair of the Kenyan Diaspora Alliance, Dr. Shem, the other officials of the KDA, fellow Kenyans. Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Eric Morioki. I am a founding partner of MMA Law. If you look at the banner outside there, we actually appear first on the list of the corporate partners for this event. I didn't actually get a specific topic to discuss, but being a lawyer, I know probably just to do with legal space, and we're always ready to speak. So the diaspora and the law, it's a very wide area. I will try to narrow it down to what I want to say specifically. And in the legal space, there are some gains which have been made so far for the benefit of Kenyans in the diaspora. I think chief among them is dual citizenship. You can now be a citizen of both Kenya and another country, as long as that country also allows dual citizenship. The other thing that is voting rights, that is under Article 82 of the Constitution. Before the 2010 Constitution, Kenyans living in the diaspora were not allowed to vote, but now there's actually constitutional provisions requiring that the IEBC do register and allow Kenyans living in the diaspora to vote. The only downside is that you only vote for one position, that is the president. And I call it a downside because everybody comes from somewhere. You come from a village, and probably your family, your friends are there, and you know the African concepts of family is quite wide. So yes, you do have a say in the leadership of the country, but will it be beautiful? You would even have a say on who becomes member of parliament, you know where your family is or where your investment is, who becomes governor, and all that. And I believe those are opportunities to expand that voting rights through the various ways that we're going to see.
This one here.
Which one?
Transatlantic. Let me call it.
Which one?
The one with the red patch, blue and beige sweater.
This one.
So in everything that in most things that a Kenyan in the diaspora is going to do, you will find it is vital to work step by step with a legal partner, a lawyer, a law firm, because the law or legal processes are embedded in everything, including application for investment papers, which lawyers look at that. You want to invest. The lady before me talked about securing investment opportunities. Yes, you can do that by finding a good partner to secure, but you double secure that by ensuring you partner with a lawyer who can ensure that the due diligence is done and all that. And this has actually been an issue before. We've had stories of Kenyans living in the diaspora who have sent money back home, perhaps to buy some land or to buy some property. And when they came home to come and look at their land or their property, shock on them. It is not there. Something happened. So the way to minimize or avoid some of those risks is ensuring you partner or you consult a lawyer, because lawyers are bound by professional ethics to ensure that what you want is done. And there are other opportunities of partnership, of partnering. For example, Kenyans living in the diaspora, you have access to friends and other people who are being on humanitarian aid. You do that in an organized manner through, for example, through NGOs and foundations. You will require lawyers to help you register those things. On the first day that you are here, somebody talked about sports and talent industry and how those can be monitored.
Recently, there was a case in the Court of Appeal which did away with a certain law that was to bring double taxation, whereby organizations were required to pay some tax, even if they do not make profit. We'd like to hear the voice of Kenyans in diaspora on that. And so, as I conclude, yes. So yes, as I conclude, every investment opportunity, every action you may want to take even to help people, that is NGOs, foundations, and all that. Every utilization of talent and all that, the industrialization, all those opportunities, you will find that if you engage lawyers, your investment is likely to be, more secured than if you don't. It is better to engage a lawyer and pay a small fee than risk losing all your investments. We will be providing legal alerts and updates and articles on various legal topics, which will be published on the KDA or Kenya Diaspora Alliance newsletter, which I understand will be an online newsletter. And the first article will be in this newsletter that will be launched. It is on the diasporic voting right and how that right can be expanded so that you are more included in the having a say in the leadership of this country. So my final word as I leave is always consult a lawyer, regardless of how much you trust whoever you're working with. Thank you.
Tech team, are we nearly there? Almost there. Perhaps as we wait for the technical team to put their act together, I may want to ask one question to Law presenter for the information you've given about the importance of consulting lawyers in those areas you have indicated. You've also mentioned about lobbying, and we know that there are new valuable areas of investments that we're looking to encourage the diaspora to come into. Like today, we are discussing about natural sources of investment opportunities in the maritime, in the mineral sector, etc. Do we have adequate legal advice in the country to be able to guide the diaspora, particularly in those two areas I've mentioned? Thank you.
You want to answer it?
Yeah, okay. You can speak from that.
Yes, so in the legal circles, there are laws which anticipate certain issues which exist, but also there are times when things happen or things occur, and now that prompts laws being created to cater for those things. So the thing is awareness of the existing laws. I believe that currently, as it stands, there are sufficient laws, especially through partnerships, public and private partnerships, to ensure that if you get into that space of exploiting the natural resources, your interests are secured. Your interests are secured, and you end up doing something that also helps the economy of the country. And of course, there'll always be bottlenecks and challenges here and there, but those ones are addressed progressively as we move ahead. Thank you.
Applause again to Mr. Muriuki for the very important information he has had to translate to us, and to reassure us that whichever area of investment, whichever sector, there are always capabilities in our country to guide us through. Now is the time to invite Mr. Michuki, if he's online. Is he still online? If he's still online, let us put him through to speak to the audience. Thank you. Are we ready for him? Okay, okay. Mr. Michuki, are you ready? Is he? Are you ready? If you can come through, please.
What's the name, please? Is it Dr. Gashige?
Okay, Dr. Kamau.
Yes. Yes.
Welcome.
Sorry.
And make your presentation. Thank you. A round
Thank you very much.
of applause for Dr. Gashige, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those who are the administrators, if you could kindly give me permission to share the screen, I would appreciate that. So ladies and gentlemen, the chair of the Kenya Diaspora Alliance, Dr. Shemo Chwodo, all distinguished guests present, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here presenting to you what we do at Gearbox. and you'll be able to see how it relates to the topic as I proceed. Again, I just request that I be allowed to share my screen. So what basically we do, Gearbox is a platform that comes out of my experience at the university. I used to teach at the University of Nairobi, where let me, and I have now the permission to share my screen, so allow me just to get the right. Yes. Yes, so my experience at the University of Nairobi, I was running the Science and Technology Park, which, as you know, is facilitation for the ideas that are generated from a research perspective within a university to be able to be connected with the marketplace. And we set up what's called a Fab Lab, which is an idea that comes out of MIT, and it's digital fabrication tools so that you're able to design something on a computer and then make it. You've heard of 3D printing, laser cutting, and the like. And so with this kind of facilitation, one is able to very quickly make a prototype of something that they've designed. And I'm speaking here of especially engineers or people who have an engineering disposition. And that means that you may not have the education of an engineer, but you have the talent as an engineer is the main thing. And so what we're able to facilitate is for people to prototype, and prototyping within the development of a product is a very important part of the engineering process. We felt early on that the success that was being experienced in Kenya, which got Kenya to be called the Silicon Savannah, was really only being enjoyed mostly by those within the field of software. Those who are able to create an app that can really impact millions quite easily, and go from their own computer and internet connection to a product and in the marketplace very quickly. We wanted to duplicate this kind of facilitation for engineering. And the premise is that Kenya or any country should be able to produce a good proportion of what it consumes from a manufacturing perspective. And we know that over the last 10 years, and even prior to that, in terms of policy, manufacturing has been center stage. And I know with Kenya Kwanza, it continues to be very important. And so the question of industrialization and the role of manufacturing is really what we're tackling. And what we set up with an organization that I founded called Gearbox, is a non-profit, is that what is missing for an engineer who wants to make a product is access first to machines and access to design methodology. Design methodology includes human-centered design, which means that you really understand very carefully through watching people, observing people, what you need to design for the marketplace. And the better that you can do that, the better chances that you can compete with the likes of China, India, Germany, and so on, who are making generic goods for the world. If you can make a custom-made item for the local market, then you have a better chance of competing. So design is very important, human-centered design. Then we also help people to do design according to physics, so that you can actually make sure whatever you're designing obeys the laws of physics and therefore will deliver what it's supposed to deliver, and also within the costs that make sense for the marketplace. And then we're looking at other types of design like industrial design, and also what we call design for manufacture. So sometimes in my experience teaching engineering for many years, an engineer will design something which there isn't the facilitation within our industrial space here in Kenya, in industrial area, to actually manufacture it. So you need to know what is available in terms of the machinery available to you for manufacturing, so that you can adjust your design to be able to be actually manufactured. And so that's the first part of it. Secondly, we have a wide range of machines, so that the person who is designing a product does not need to raise the money to make the prototype themselves. They should be able to go to a university. They should be able to go to a local TVET or our space, or spaces like ours, where they're using machines on a shared basis, which lowers the costs and makes more sense to the whole process of production. So we have a wide range of machines within our space that fit into the digital and also analog categories, because both classes of machines are important. And in terms of the digital machines, we specialize particularly in what are called CNC machines, computer numerical control. That means just like when you're making a document on your computer and you send it to a printer, the printer will have a very faithful reproduction on paper of whatever you wrote on the screen. What we do is similar to that, but it's in 3 dimensions. So it's a box, it's the shape of anything. You're able to design it on your software, send it to a machine where you set up the material, and it's able to carve and shape it, or cut it, or 3D print it. And so we specialize in those sorts of machines, not only in their use, but also making them. So we make plasma cutters, CNC plasma cutters, we make 3D printers, we make wood routers that are also CNC, and these represent what I would refer to as the 3rd industrial revolution level of technological precision or sophistication. Not quite yet the 4th industrial revolution, but that really is to give you the context of where we are. Now, the very important thing, I'm sorry that I think it's because I'm using a different type of hardware, I'm not able to share my presentation, but I'll continue anyway just to describe.
You can share.
I've tried to share, but it's not allowing me. I can see it's not showing me the software that I have on my screen. So it's okay. I'll continue just explaining what it is because it seems not to recognize the software that I'm using. So that's been my problem. So the point really is that when we make these machines, we're trying to be able to link into the local industry. We also have, if you look at my, at the top over here, a company, we have 2 companies that are for profit. Gearbox Europlacer, what we do is we make circuits. So if you look at what I'm holding up here, this was designed by a Kenyan, his name is Douglas Omondi, and this is for what we call a pay-as-you-go system, which allows somebody to buy an item slowly, paying maybe 100 shillings a day. So what we've always known as hire purchase has gone on steroids because of a convergence of specific technologies, one being mobile money and the other one being the Internet of Things. So I can get, like you, I think most of the people listening are familiar with M-Copper, for example. And so, you know, you're able to get solar power in your home, but you're paying 100 shillings a day, as opposed to being asked to pay upfront for the whole thing, or even being told to pay 3,000 shillings at the end of the month. That might be difficult for many of the people who may want the technology in their home. But if they're allowed to pay 100 shillings a day, and because of the sophistication of the technology, if you do not pay on one given day, then the system doesn't work. So it is activated by the server at the telco once the money switch on or off. And also the system will track so that in case there's a robbery or theft of the equipment, well, you're able, as the company who's providing it, which really now is an asset provision company, to track that asset and make sure that it's not being stolen. And we find ourselves, because we at Gearbox are able to make, through this company, we're able to make these and produce them and manufacture them at scale. And that now is a big deal because the 4th industrial revolution now is accessible because it is built very much on electronics and coding. Coding is central, and electronics for control, remote control, for all manner of control systems, including artificial intelligence, machine learning, based on data. And this is something now our own engineers can design. And there's a lot of design going in. Right now, for example, electric motorbikes are really coming big in Kenya. We have about 1 million motorbikes on the road right now. So from a job perspective, that is enormous, because if you estimate that even just 500,000 of those are doing border services, that's 2 shifts a day. That's 1 million jobs purely on the motorbike industry. So that is a huge thing. And now they're going electric, which is making so much sense because of the cost of fuel and climate change considerations. And so we are designing for the asset class to be more risk-free. There's a circuit that can be put onto the motorbike so that it can be tracked, the battery level can be checked, and there are 19 companies in Kenya now which are assembling electric motorbikes. And so this is the kind of thing that we're facilitating through our own Kenyan engineers who are able to provide this service rather than buying this from outside. So now a very key thing I want to share with this audience is that in order really to get this to the next level, so we can start to see things happen that we've seen, especially in the Far East, is first of all, we need to be able to have the government coming in strongly as a customer. In any country, the government is the biggest customer. And if the government is able to say, we have procurement, We have a policy called Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. And there's a lot of things, and this is already happening. The Ministry of Industrialization actually already is a few years ago, made a list and said this list of items that we buy as a government should never be imported again. And that means looking around to see who can produce it. And the challenge then to us as a national innovation system that includes governments, universities, and all various types of players, how do we make sure, for example, if there's something like a hospital bed, which has a certain standard that is, and it's delivered at the price that makes sense to the taxpayer, who is the one anyway, who is providing the money. Rocket science. Assure that the quality will be delivered. We have we put up a center where we have a lot of equipment that can be accessed specifically by Jua Kali. So we're working with engineer Charles Kalomba, who is with the Kenya National Federation of Jua Kali Associations, and Muteti, who is the chairman of that same organization, to see how we can guarantee to the government that they can deliver these opportunities for procurement, not just to Kenyan companies, but those at the base of the pyramid, recognizing, of course, that 83% of the workforce in Kenya is in the informal sector. And of those, something on the order of 20 to 25% are the artisans who make items out of sheet metal, out of wood, which are typically substandard, but we still buy them. But we want to be able to lift them up by using machines which are made by their own fellow Kenyans, like those machines I described at the beginning, CNC machines of various types, which are made accessible at certain centers where they can come and do what we call contract manufacture. And from our perspective, they pay us, but we help them to acquire the order, so that it's a risk mitigation, because it's almost like an off-taker analogy from agriculture, whereby you have an off-taker who tells the grower what to grow and what price they're going to pay. Similarly, we can say, give us the order for the hospital beds or for the school desks or whatever it might be. And then we will stand as the entity who guarantees not just the quality, but the productivity. In other words, if you want 1,000 beds in 3 months, they will be delivered in 3 months at the right quality, the right price. And then we hand that opportunity down to Jua Kali, who then over time, the ones who show themselves to be more efficient and business savvy can get loans to buy their own equipment. And so we get not just industrialization, but micro industrialization. We've also thought of the challenge of economies of scale, or the lack thereof in the micro level. So take, for example, a machine we make here through Kenyan engineers. We make a machine that is called a roto molder, which makes water tanks. So you pour in powder metal into a mold, and it's melted as it goes around, roto molding. So all the water tanks you see that we use are made in that manner. That's why one of the companies is called roto molders, because it's a roto molding process. Now, the challenge to a micro factory making tanks is economies of scale. Where are they going to get the raw material? And they're buying small quantities, which mean that it'll be more expensive. So we are stepping in another company we have called Machine Africa Network of Industries. And if you look carefully at the acronym, it's Machine ANI, which is Mashinani. And Mashinani now, the purpose is really to give access to those small micro industries. If they're making water tanks, we will buy the raw materials. And the competitor in that event, who should also not be undermined, is a large company who is transporting water tanks on a lorry, effectively transporting air. So the additional cost of the water tank because of transportation is quite high, meaning that the micro industry in the locality, whether it's Mombasa or Kisumu, can actually compete. So I can see that the chair of the session has stood up. There's a lot to share, but I'll wind down just by saying that this is something from a diaspora perspective, which we know that there can be a great contribution at very many levels from diasporans. And we also like to see Ministry of Labor working together with Ministry of Industrialization to make sure that those who are going to study abroad are doing targeted courses and could even be given scholarships, so that when they come back, they're fitting into the policy, rather than people choosing and trying to raise their own money to go outside. Everybody, when I studied abroad, I was fortunate enough to go. Everybody in my class, most of them from Asia, were paid for by their government and were studying what is in accordance with the industrial policy in their country. I think this is something that we can really push as the Kenya Diaspora Alliance. And I know Dr. Shem Ochodo, we've had conversations many times. This is something that we'll be able to push. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Dr. Kashiki, don't leave yet. We want to give you a round of applause. 1, 2. Now, the third one we'll give you after you've answered one question, right? And my question, it's only the moderator that will ask. Yes, we'll come later. May I ask you, Dr. Kasheru, with that kind of experience that you've given us, and it relates to actually technologies for value addition to various natural resources, if I put it so. You have expressed the interest to see more of what you are doing happening in Kenya, courtesy of the members of the diaspora too. What would you suggest going forward? How will you want, together with Kenya Diaspora Alliance, to move together with you so that when we meet next time, you'll be the one to give us an evaluation of what progress we've made in bringing on board more like-minded diaspora of the members of the diaspora in the same field of profession, doing what you are doing in Kenya? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So one of the things that I think, as we talk about resources that any country has, human resource should always be at the top of the list, because it's people who will make things happen and open up opportunities. And so, like, for example, this company here, we are doing very high tech fabrication of circuitry. And this is made possible because we have somebody who was in the diaspora. His name is Latif Cherono. He did this for many years in the US. And so when we were looking now for someone to hire, actually, he was part and parcel even of our viability study, and he actually led it. And we hit the ground running. We didn't have to import any highly qualified personnel from outside. He came home. He obviously is a nationalist. He would actually work for quite a while at a very low salary compared to what an expatriate would require. So we are now looking to say, let's build an electronic manufacturing services industry in Kenya. What do we need to do that? So policy should have as very part and parcel of it. We send young people outside to study electronics manufacturing. There's so many different areas. And knowing that they're going to come and plug in, and we give them the best facilitation for coming back home, but they don't come home immediately after studying. They go and work in those industries, in those countries first. And then we give them a very good package. By the time they're coming home, maybe they have a young family, they have some children. We make sure that getting into schools and all that stuff, these are the things that a diasporan is looking at, saying, how do I go back to Kenya when I'm not sure where the school that my kids will be going to, or blah, blah, blah. We just try to make it very easy for the very important human resource, which is being developed at the highest level globally. So an example is a company set up in Nyeri at Dedan Kimathi University. The name is STL, Semiconductor Technology Limited. It was started by Tony Gidenji. Tony Gidenji worked in America for this company called 4Wave. What they do is the highest level of technology. Not only do they put the circuitry together like this, but this black square here is a chip. And they actually lay silicon. They have silicon in a vacuum chamber, and they lay material one atomic layer at a time onto silicon for very specific functionality. This is happening in Nyeri. There's no other place in Africa where that level of technology is being done. You might remember President Uhuru, the former president, opened this, and it was in the media, a chip factory opened in Kenya. Most people thought that the media got it wrong, but it's true. And so that is a diasporan who came back because he's nationalist, and his customers include Samsung in Korea. So these are the kinds of things we need to put together from a policy perspective to say, let's not only put, and where the government's concerned, you talked about mining and mineral. I think one of the speakers is going to talk about that. We have every mineral in Kenya. Many people don't know that. We've got coltan, we've got rare earth elements at mineable levels. And so we need to be able to say, what is the plan so that in 5 years, in the first 5 years, we may be extracting unprocessed material, but that by the time year 5 comes, we're adding value to those minerals in country, and it makes sense to us. So that's the kind of thinking that we'd really like to see happening. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Dr. Kashiri, for that enlightenment. And perhaps we'll ask the members who are in the board of KDA to possibly look at the possibility of working out a program with you on what we can achieve when we report next during the anticipated convention next year. Thank you very much, Dr. Kashiri. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you very much. Okay, please. Get it? Okay. Our next speaker is going to be Professor Misheka, and Professor Misheka will be talking about the impact of climate and any opportunities that may be there in climate issues. Welcome, Professor. Thank you.
Please clap for the chairman so he can give me more time. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. I do actually attest to what Dr. Kashiri said about the manufacturing of the circuit board that he showed us, and I like to really highly commend we look at it. My name is Ratemo Micheka, and I'm a registered chartered member of the law. And what I shall actually talk today briefly, Mr. Chairman, is to say this, that everybody is entitled to a clean and healthy environment, whether visitor or a Kenyan local or anybody traversing the country. And therefore, what I'll say is a very short synopsis of the low-hanging fruits on events that we can carry out together, diaspora and those in the country and outside. So I'll cover just in statements areas of concern that we persons, we human beings worldwide, do and affect our living conditions, and therefore your entitlement to a clean and healthy environment, a standard law worldwide, becomes affected and impacted on. So the first short one, let me just actually, I used to be Director General NEMA in Kenya, and we used to implement it to the letter. I was also a Vice Chancellor of the new Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology sometimes back. And right now, I'm the chairman of the National Research Fund of Kenya that gives budget money to the research that will benefit this country. And like I said, I'm a registered, chartered arbitrator and moderator. So when you have issues on problems touching on environment, housing, land, and you don't want to spend your money on court, you come look for us. I have a team of people who can handle those arbitrations and the mediations. Really, thank you so much. I think you are an excellent audience to talk to. I would have loved to spend an hour, 2 hours with you, but I do pray that the chairman will allow me just 2 more extra minutes to give my views on what I think and what I stand for as a professor emeritus of the University of Nairobi. Number one, there is the blue economy we highlighted very briefly yesterday. The blue economy has potential worldwide. And here I think about our blue economy issues on the fresh waters and the Indian Ocean, where every single person coming to this country aims to go to actually witness the white sands available only in the eastern coastal region of the Indian Ocean. That blue economy dependent on us, environmentally damaged, garbage, solid wastes, and if we don't take care of it, that affects your conditions on a healthy and a clean environment, blue economy. Second one, I'll just highlight so that you people can pick it up. I think those are the shortest, most appropriate, low-lying areas people can take up, cleaning up. The second one is a heavy one, solid waste management. Every country has now, every county in this country has got potential urban areas coming up. You don't want those potential urban areas to come up and be like Nairobi or Nakuru or Mombasa. So my appeal to the diaspora and those of us who are here, if they really mean business, of the 747 counties we have, every county is potential to bring up about 5 or 6 or 7 little towns. Every little town in this country has got some area of water, riparian. Can we look at a survey, Dr. Ochuodo, look at a survey that can allow us to protect our urban areas? You can actually be named about your work along those urban areas, along those river streams, if you avoid contamination and destruction of the vegetation. The more serious one, which people don't know, Mr. Chairman, is this. There is an animal called electrical and electronic waste. Electrical, electronic equipment that affects every one of you. We talk about carcinogenics, we talk about wastes, we talk about what material comes from the rare minerals we process. Those materials that I've mentioned, electrical, electronic waste, and each one of you seated here, I just count about 220 right now, have got either 1, 2, or 3 phones, or they have dispensed with 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 telephone phones, or some material electronic. Where do you expect it goes? You have never known where they go. You throw them out. You now blame GMOs on carcinogenic material, which I myself said there isn't much to argue about GMOs in place. Look at every system productivity and tell us in a meeting like this, where the electrical, electronic wastes disappear into food, soil, water, plants, animal, eventually your bodies. Think about that matter. How do we collect? Who brings it in? How do you dispose of? And where does that particular material, the particulates, the destructive material, disappear to? Another very low-hanging fruit for the youths to organize themselves in small urban areas, collect them, weight them, then you'll ask somebody to buy them, process, or export them back to the manufacturing companies that send them here. I thought, again, I did tell Joseph Michael, I was telling my friend here, Joseph Michael was a friend of mine. I sold him that extremely interesting idea. He said, Micheka, I look at, but I gave him a condition. For every kilo you collect, there must be a little money you give to the person who has collected. Colleagues, think about that. The eventual carcinogenic material we talk about. Don't single out on one. Don't single out on GMOs alone. Don't single out on pesticides. It is a composite of material on carcinogenic agents. The third one is an animal called polluter pays principle. That I'll spend 10 seconds on it. You pollute, damage, destroy, redo what it was to its original form. That is by law. Mine an area, take your quarry, mine a rare mineral, take it out, go back, and return that soil, the vegetation, the people, the houses, to its original form. Now I quote a law, and I'm glad the lawyer is here. Follow up where damages have come. You kill my cow in the dam, a child falls in the dam, please replace that cow, replace that child. You don't pollute without payment of that pollution. It's by law, international, it says polluter pays principle. I spent 15 minutes on that. Seconds. The last kind of one is really, I used to be a member of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We still debate and argue on this, that Africa pollutes least. True, 3 to 4%. And we used to sit in Bonn and rank countries that pollute most. We were 40 only, 40 worldwide. Of course, Africa was the least. Developed nations were the highest most. The question was, what can now the African countries do at cities now to maintain that least pollutant? Big question. I do know climate change discussion will take much longer to argue about it. We want to develop. We also want to be cleanly set. Which is the best way to go about it? Learn the mistakes from the already developed nations. Let's buy them at a very little price and maintain whatever we do in our countries within the continent, well, even if you did in Kenya alone, Uganda does another thing, Tanzania different is different. But a good example could be, let us do the best we can to reduce, mitigate, avoid any further climate changes that come through. And there are books and volumes that have actually been written, and the one I just released the other day, which is out in the market. The last little bit, Mr. Chairman, you told me very briefly, the diaspora can do the best they can. I have mentioned what is the easiest to be done, the counties, urban areas, what can you assist on? And the most serious one really is this: the youths are here. Legacy, get a county, get an urban area in a county. Don't concentrate. Every little talk we do, most of you seated here today, factuals are out, but the practical, the person sitting here in person are primarily really within Nairobi and maybe 6-10% from outside. What best can we do to allow for a health and a clean environment for the generations to come? In another 30-40 years, all the water we are proud of, all the rivers and forests shall have been damaged and destroyed. Think bigger and out. I listened to the talk by the American ambassador. How many minutes? 1 or 2? I want to consult. No, 5 is too long. I don't want to disturb him. I honor you people. What? One? No, he says me not to mention. Let me say this. You know, I listened I was sitting there and the American ambassador said this, and I leave this to you persons to think about it, wherever you are, even tonight, tomorrow. Without, and I quote, I memorized the statement, without Stanford, my brother, without Stanford University, Silicon Valley would not have been there. I can reverse now. Without Dedan Kimathi University in Nyeri, the little motherboard that was being shown about 5 minutes ago would not have been there.
Professor, before I give you a round of applause, I have the privilege of asking a question. Professor, in Kenya, we are very good at seeing what is working and all of us run there. True or not false? Now, in those areas which you have identified as possible hanging fruits, what do you think we can do? Or would you like to confirm that we will get you to give us a way forward to showcase through the Kenya Diaspora Alliance so that other members can start seeing what is happening and then we get going forward?
Yeah, really, this is a very, can you clap for him first, not me? You know, I think with that clap, he has given me another extra minute. Let me say, honestly, you got a very strong, good question. I have no problems whatsoever. I have been a director general NEMA, and I'm not saying really anything much more than what you perhaps know. I do know what ails this country in way of pollution, in way of lifestyles, in way of abuse of the law. If the law is not there, there is no way you can impose something called the riparian lands to avoid persons not polluting without exercising, putting that law you are put in place. There is a document called EMCA. EMCA is one of the most comprehensive pieces of acts of parliament that I used when I was in NEMA. It has every sentence on penalties on a damaged environment. I have an idea, not one, not two, several excellent ideas, as long as you back me by the law of the state. Without that law, you cannot impose it and say, clear gum trees in rivers in my home area, and then tell people don't plant, then they keep planting. The law works. We are human beings of a very complex nature, every one of us. They need law, and the law must be imposed. My colleague spoke about law, here. Ask him, how effective are you in 2, 3? These kids who sink in the waters, quarrels, a child falls, dies. A man or woman had excavated rock, left it open, water piled in rainy season, a child grazing cattle walks around, falls in there, then that polluter pay principle does not work. Let us not be talking. I leave
Professor, as he completes, Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Micheka, for that insightful presentation. And another round of applause, Professor. Thank you. Now, we are now going to invite in the meantime, can we have the NCBA representative coming forward, please? NCBA representative, where are you? Let us clap for him as he comes forward. And as he does so, I'll be introducing Mr. Elias Maberia, who is a returnee from Minnesota, the US, and his area of interest is cottage industries. That again talks to value addition of the wide range of natural resources that we have in Kenya. And to confirm that he's not fake and that he came here for a good purpose. Most of you who attended the cocktail yesterday when we were presenting awards to innovative Kenyans might have seen some of the very good products there that have had their value added to because of a returnee from Minnesota. I pray that when the other returnees or those who stay there still in the diaspora look back, they'll also be giving us similar great investments here to add value to our natural resources. Now, Mr. Maberia, would you like to, let's clap for him before I move.
Thank you, Ambassador. My name is Elias Maberia. It's very difficult to speak after Dr. Gashia. You understand why? It's even harder to speak after Professor Micheka. If you see my knees knocking and my tongue sliding, it's because of that. But having said that, I just want to thank everybody for coming. I just want to say one thing. In life, you have to make a difference where you came from. Because if you don't, nobody will. After staying in Minnesota for some time, spending my early days in India, Singapore, and Norway, then I spent my academic years in Canada. After staying in America as an adult, after doing what I could in America and feeling the nice roads in America and the fast food, I remembered my village. When I came back to the village, I had one problem. The first question was, were you sent away from America? Say, why? How can you leave America to come to Kisii in the village where shower is from the ground upwards, instead of switching it and it comes from above? I simply said, my people belong down there. Professor Micheka knows what I'm talking about. It was difficult to explain manufacturing to our young people. The first reason they said, we don't have experience, we don't have the money, we don't know how it's done, just forget it. People give up just because nobody has done it. I walked up like Noah for 420 years. For me, it was almost 10 years. I tried to get anybody to believe that you can manufacture. Today, we have a banana factory turning flour, banana into flour. The same factory is turning out banana chips, crisps. Very interesting. The young woman who said, I cannot do it because I don't have experience, I don't have the money, she is the one who owns this factory, over 200 million investment. Where did she get the money? My brothers and sisters, there are more investors in the world today interested in investing in Africa, African young people. The challenge we have, the young people don't know it, and those who know it, they have nobody to show them how to do it. I was talking to an investor from Santa Clara University. He says we have money to empower women. The problem is, can you help us to identify some women we can train and give them money? It was very painful in my village. I could not get. The young lady, the other side, if we are, Sarah, if you can stand up, please. This young woman, the story is simple. After Form 4, life was impossible. A teenage mother, and everybody said it's over. When I mentioned you're going to become a manufacturer, she said it's impossible. Today, she has got investors that come from different parts of the world, including we do, Santa Clara University, Africa Eats, and all of them have invested over 200 million in that young woman. Thank you, Sarah. This is ethanol. Dr. Rashid said, we do make machinery. The young people in the village could not get somebody to give them a machine to make ethanol. We fabricated one locally. And after that, now the product has been developed. It was approved as a sanitizer. Now we're in the process of requesting if we can get permission to use a motor vehicle to run this. As we're talking, the young man, I think, is outside. If not, but I saw the partner there. They want to use their car to use this fuel to run their cars. We're talking, they're changing the fuel injection system so that they can run fuel using, they can run the car using this, produced in the village. When we believed, when we thought our people cannot do it, if you show them, they can do it. Let me give you a short story and then I'll sit down. For that young woman, when she went to speak to the first time she spoke to investors, they said, who is in your team? She came back asking, they asked me, who is in my team? Then, did you tell them Mabiria? Yes, I told them. What did they tell you? That's not enough. My name is Mabiria. I was in our team. They said we were not enough, two of us. In pain, my confidence lowered down. I walked up to Dr. Shemo Chwodo. I said, Daktari, please, I want to beg you of a favor. Daktari, please, if you can just stand up for a second, just for a second. That's Dr. Shemo Chwodo. Thank you, Daktari. I asked him, can you let them use your name to be in the team so that the investor can trust them? He said, by all means, not just once, anytime, use my name and tell me you have used my name. Because of that name, the investor from Santa Clara University, through the Mirror Center, they were able to trust that young woman. Now she talks with investors on equal terms because of that man. Because you have heard for yourself what Professor Mcheka said, that young woman comes from Professor Mcheka's village. I am going to ask, because they already have Dr. Shem, Professor Mcheka, I'm going, please allow me to give you young people, you've been their board, they will get two things. The university will allow them to partner with them, and then the county will respect them. And there is Professor Mcheka's name is bigger than any money can give that young woman. In other words, I'm requesting on behalf of the young people of Kenya, Professor Mcheka, and all your colleagues in the academic, in our experience or in the public service, if you can be able to be in the team of these young people, one, they get credibility. Two, you can be able to give them advice. You have given advice for all young people who have become professors all over the world. These guys from the village, taking 1 hour of your time will be so precious to them. Because of that, I can say more, but I just want to mention something about funding. The young people, they cry in every village, we don't have funding. That's a myth. There are more people wanting to fund our young people, but our young people are not ready. Why are they not ready? One, they don't know how to speak to investors. We can teach them how to do that. Two, they don't know what to do. We can show them how to do that. You as the diaspora member, you have come from outside. What did you see that you can bring to your village? When you bring it to your village, I promise you, for my lifetime, the days remaining for my life on earth, especially in Kenya, I want to share what I know, and I know quite a bit in manufacturing. I want to share what I know so that every village, when I go to any village, we can say there's a factory. That way we have 100 young people. And if every village will employ 100 young people, then Kenya, we will be able to sell to every village in America, to every village in Europe. Then we can change the economy of our people. We cannot change our economy. We cannot create jobs by importing from China and elsewhere. We have to export to China and elsewhere. That's how we create jobs for our villages. And if for a while I thought it's not possible, but because of that young woman, it has been proven young people, our people, if they are shown, they can do it. Let us pull together and change the lives of our villages. Adapt your village, and I'm your partner to change your village. God bless you.
A big round of applause to Mr. Barberia. What he's just told us, just demonstrate from housing, investments, remittances, and now we are going to value addition, yeah, technologies, turning waste to wealth. So now I have 3 ambassadors. Yeah, mine I had a letter from the president, but now the KDA will give you some honorary ambassadorship. Ambassador of Technology, Kashigi, Ambassador of Value Addition, Mabiri, and Ambassador Waste to Wealth, Professor Misheka. So we are doing well. And that's what the Bible calls in Proverbs chapter 4, verse 18. Yeah, we know what it says. Yeah, you know, shining brighter and brighter unto the perfect day. That's what the diaspora is doing. So next year when we come again, we'll have seen how they will have shone brighter and brighter. Another round of applause. Who is online now? Steve, Korea, Australia. Now let's see what kind of ambassadorship we'll be able to give him. I think something to do with mineral rights, and that's another natural areas with natural opportunities which have not been addressed, where we do not have the diaspora present. So let us listen keenly and see whether he can gain that. Could we now have, is that Korea put through, please?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Are we ready for him yet? Yes. Welcome. Let's give him a round of applause. Dr. Asante sana. Karibu, karibu sana.
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't miss the energy in the room. And, you have been listening to other speakers and very energetic and passionate. I wish I was there. And thanks for Chairman Ochudo for bringing this together. It is very critical for this country to have such a forum. Thank you that. I'd just like to, because I know I have a very short time, I'd like to pick from where Professor Gishagi have said. There's a quote which goes, anything that is not grown is actually mined. If you look around your room, if anything is not grown, it is actually mined, which means that form the critical part of this country. Now, Kenya is very lucky. We are very endowed with a lot of minerals. We have 120 minerals in a country already. And out of that is only 9 minerals which we compute in our systems, which it is not right to say that it only contribute 1% of GDP. In fact, Kenya has critical minerals, as the Professor Dr. Kamau said, the critical minerals which all the world is looking for. This is titanium, coltan, rare earth, and other minerals that all involve in manufacturing. In fact, if you look at the manufacturing, the basis of manufacturing is most mining, from iron ore to coal and anything that you produce. So at the moment, the industry is a bit fragmented. We have, and also go across the country. If you look places where there's mining, Migori, Kakamega, all going to Turkana, we have mining at every part of this county. But as the professor was talking about, who was in NEMA before, we also see the challenges with the cyanide and also mercury in those areas, which we are dealing with, and we want to deal with it very, very well. But it is categorized from the stone cutter all the way to the people mining gold. But why do we say Kenya still contribute 1%, mining contribute 1% of GDP? This is very historic. For those who have read the history, mining was second to agriculture during the colonial time. If you look at most part of Western, let's go Homa Bay and those places, you find that Kengen and those organizations were actually brought models down because of mining. And that's why we have the power stations and other areas that are grown there. So what is happening now is our vision that one which Professor Kamau have talked is that we grow this economy to about 6 to 12% of GDP for the country. Increase employment, because now we have a big footprint, but people are not making money, and you see a lot of people dead in mining. That's why we are looking at working with NEMA and other agencies closely to ensure that that is stopped. Second is value addition, and this is where I like to hone in. What we are talking about, electronic making and other manufacturing things, is that everything we produce, we send out. Countries like Australia and other countries, South Africa, there is a requirement that every mines that we mine, we must use about 12% of the 12% to research and development. For instance, some of the stuff that Dr. Kamau was talking about, all the minerals can be found in Kenya, and we can produce it in that country. But you find we have been producing glass, which we send to India, then we buy it as a building material for years, for 100 years. Magadi soda have been there for 100 years. Yet we are producing nothing in the country. Lastly, is to ensure that the supply is is done well. So some of the stuff that we have done, especially coming to Kenya, is ensuring that the formalization of the artisanal miner, where now they are even able to get to the Hustler Fund and be able to achieve what they want. And I'll talk about the role of diaspora in that aspect, because this artisanal miner is allowed for only Kenyans. But what we are now finding is that foreigners from Migori, Kakamega, going to Turkana, foreigners have come and occupied this space of artisanal miner, where our own people, diaspora, have enough capital to even start some of these gold pit and be able to produce. And the money is available, as the last speaker spoke about. The second is regulatory regime. Why is it are we throwing mercury in Migori River? We now have a second generation of what we call these toxics, because we include cyanide and include mercury, and now it's growing to a second generation of waste, which is going to come to hurt us in the near future. Amica, which was mentioned before, we are trying to address this, but you also need our own geniuses, even people who work overseas, our own diaspora, to come back and deal with some of these challenging issues. The last is the physical regime. Most critically is a forward and backward integration. If you look at what countries lack, is that we haven't had done our geology. Tanzania have actually passed us. We haven't announced that we have cotton in the country, and most people don't even know which people are going to Congo to fight for some cotton. We haven't really put a good laboratory, and we haven't addressed our critical minerals. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, some of our people in the diaspora country can actually contribute in this strategic mineral, because countries in the future will start fighting for these strategic minerals. If you talk about battery, now where we are going to EV batteries, that's all coming from lithium. Lithium, we have it in Kenya, we have graphite in Kenya. Mining can actually help this country, even in the constructions, where we're importing a lot of stuff, including granite. We spend about 210 million bringing granite overseas. Where you go to places like Vihiga, you find those granite. We import cement product. Well, we still have that available in Kenya. Also, we don't consume our own gemstone. If you look how many people have the jewelry from this country, from Kenya, is very few even in that room. But I want to hone on this, leveraging a regional mineral to set up manufacturing center, electronic center. If you look at those minerals, and that's why in Congo now they said you can't export raw minerals, you have to add value in the country. We have to be able to utilize some of this mineral, still allowing the law of supply demand to work, and we'll be able to set up a manufacturing hub like Indonesia have done in Kenya. And the people like Professor Kamau and later speakers are in a position to assist us with this. We need to set up the gold refinery, and also we have rare earth to produce fertilizer. So if you look at what we are calling the HASRA, all the big four things, agriculture, we have potassium and that we can produce in Kenya, we have nitrogen, which we can use for crops. We have other food for minerals for the animal feed. If you look at the SME, the small 90% of mineral organization account for small players. So we have the small miners that in the country, which amount about 1 million as well. So million of Kenyans, you go into Darugo, you find people blasting minerals there. So as diaspora, what's the role of diaspora in all these resources? As I said, the passionate of coming home is that we see these minerals being exported in a country, no value adding a process, no employment is put in a country. Geologists comes out of the country as young as they are, and they are able to go out. Investment of mining is very easy. We have not seen many indigenous Kenyans doing the mining, except the quarries and the small scale. The possibility is there, the funding is there, and it's not rocket science. We want to see our diaspora. Like here in Australia, we have more than 200 Kenyans working in the mining industry. We want to entice our diaspora to come back, and if they can't be employed in the government, to be able to get in and be able to start producing iron ore. We have iron ore in Kitui, we have iron ore in Kwale, we have iron ore in Kilifi. We have manganese ore in those places. Also looking at the artisanal and ability for Kenyans and our own diaspora when you come for those holidays, please buy savorite, buy even Tanzanite from Kenya, come from both countries, and other minerals that are available in Kenya. As once again, we will find in the future, country will be fighting for these critical minerals, and we have it in our country. Let's protect it. Let's do backward and forward integration as Rwanda has done, and we are able to produce manufacturing. We are able to produce fertilizer to feed our people. It makes me tear when I feel that this country is so rich. We are able to even quantify that this country can produce about 35 billion USD in the mineral resources. Thank you. Mine was short, and it's just to awaken about this area.
Another round of applause to Stephen Kuria. He qualifies to be the ambassador of mining. So yes, Stephen Kuria, kindly, soon you'll be receiving a letter of authority from our chair, from the chair of the diaspora, to be the ambassador promoting mining opportunities for the diaspora members. Let's give him a round of applause. And by the way, it's just about organizing. You remember yesterday? Getting organized. And there is what we call mining cooperatives. We don't have any registered in Kenya. We'll talk about it. I've talked about it in the book I gave you, Professor. I've highlighted something in it. There's something about building, building cooperatives, building and construction cooperatives. We'll talk about it. I'll show you a book later on which has those details. Once we imbibe that one, we get organized and we move forward. Another round of applause again to Stephen Courier. Good. Our next speaker from MCBA. Let's give him a round of applause. Usually, I have a very innovative way of pronouncing presenters' names, but I don't want to do it this time. So he will do it on my behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you.
Dr. Shem Ochodo and the KDA Secretariat, Ambassador and the Diaspora Investment Club, fellow panelists, invited guests, good afternoon. I do not want to steal the thunder from my predecessors, and particularly Maberia, who spoke very passionately. But there's one question that I want to leverage on. He asked, where will we get the money? Did we all hear that? Where will we get the money? So as NCBA, as a bank, my name is Jesse Masiga. I am head of Platinum Banking at NCBA. Receive our regrets from our Group Managing Director, Mr. John Gashora, who would have loved to be here, and our Group Retail Director, Tyrus Muithiga. Regrettably, they had clashing calendars, but I'm here to represent the bank. It is an honor to stand before you today, and I wish to thank both the KDA and the Diaspora Investment Club for the invitation to speak on this topic for today, partnership strategies with the diaspora to double remittances by the year 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2021, a diaspora remittance survey was done by CBK, and it showed that in the last 15 years, we've had a 10-fold growth, bringing the amount of funds to nearly $3.2 billion. According to our CBK Governor, Dr. Njoroge, this points to the importance of diaspora, not only to FX, but also to the contribution of GDP, which stands at about 3% of Kenya's GDP. As we continuously increase our diaspora or Kenyans in the diaspora, then this must attest, according to our host today, KDA, that we are bound to double remittances to about, let's say, $5 to $6 billion by 2030. Then the various dockets, for instance, we NCBA and the other financial partners, we then need to create a conducive environment for Kenyans to thrive wherever they are based. So then begs a question, and following back to Maberia's query or comment, where is the money? So what are the solutions that we are talking about to help our diaspora Kenyans to thrive? So borrowing heavily from Dr. Ochodo's words, for remittances, we are no longer talking about consumption and subsistence. We are also saying what are the opportunities for growth. One of the painful items that we do have once in a while for those guys who are saying they're returnees or families and friends outside the country is that we are trying to send money to acquire properties in Kenya, but there is no direct channel. Someone mentioned here, I think it was Eric, the lawyer, who say that you send money and once you fly back in, you find that there is nothing, there is no record, there is no evidence. So as a bank, what we've done, we've managed to have an end-to-end buy and build solution, whereby if you're in the diaspora and you'd want to purchase a piece of land and have it end-to-end constructed, the bank does that for you. We've hired quantity surveyors who are employed by the bank. We've hired architects. We have a panel of contractors, and we will finance both the purchase and the construction and give you periodic reports officially from the bank to give you comfort and to also give you an easy way of growing your property. Secondly, which is our biggest diaspora support, we do assign relationship managers, and I have two of my colleagues here. We do have Brenda and Steve. What relationship managers basically do is to have a constructive advisory conversation whilst you're away to make sure that if you're sending money, then you're getting the right effects. If you're looking at investments for those who earn in foreign currency and would love to preserve their funds in foreign currency, we do have through NCBA Investment Bank, dollar-funded, GBP kind of investments. For those who are looking at getting a bit more coins for their money, we can actually build up a portfolio for you that you can also utilize as collateral. Today, the government is paying about 14% on an infrastructure bond. So if you're looking at wiring in your remittances as a plan for you to come back home and have a kitty, we do have that straight out. And we can also open it up for you as collateral, what you call cash covered lending. So you will not have then to thereafter start charging your properties, and you'll have doubled up getting an investment and also utilizing it as collateral. So what are we basically saying? As NCBA, we are here to grow, we are here to lend, and we are here to build our diaspora partners. As I conclude, diaspora remittances provide the most tangible and perhaps the least controversial link between migration and development. So giving you the comfort that we are proud of being partners with KDA and the Diaspora Investment Club. Thank you for granting us this opportunity, and we wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, this is the final round. I'll just step in when Balozi takes a little leave. Can we give the speakers a proper round of applause as he takes over? It wasn't a coup, Balozi. I'm pleased to make two brief announcements as I hand over. One is that the colleague who was talking from Australia happens to be chairman of Kenya-Australia Chamber of Commerce and number 51 among the affiliates of Kenya Diaspora Alliance. In addition, he's chairman of the Mineral Rights Board in Kenya, meaning he licenses miners. Another round of applause for him. Lastly, as I hand over NCBA, I'm pleased to mention that we've concluded an MOU which we'll be signing very soon. So thank you so much. Another round of applause. If I was to talk about the colleagues on the table, well, they say the taste of the food is in the pudding, so I leave it for that. Over to you, Balozi. Thanks.
And as I promised, everything is about getting organized. And to get organized, you also have to be a good reader. And here is the information. To be organized about mining cooperatives, we have it here. The book is titled The Power of Values-Based Cooperatives for Workers. If you want to be organized, to be in the building and construction industry through cooperatives, you have that knowledge packed here, and many more other types of cooperatives, so that you can own all processes from production to consumption. So may we be blessed as we think of blessing Kenya with our knowledge and resources. A clap again for this. Now that we are done with this session, may I, first of all, return lots of thanks to all panelists. And as you are aware, we have now given you new titles. subject to written authority from the chair of the Kenya Diaspora Alliance. And even before you receive those letters of authority, please start planning on how we start operationalizing these thoughts. As I said earlier, we are excellent Kenyans. Once we see something happening, we all run there. So imagine running to all those other sectors of the economy when we have leaders like these panelists here and others who are online taking charge to give us guidance. And it is usually not proper for a person who is relatively younger, a chairman like me, who is relatively younger than an elder in the house, to just exit without giving an elder the opportunity to speak. So may I give, yes, may I give the engineer, chemical engineer, to an opportunity to say one word. Maybe we take a microphone to him. Oh, okay, they're bringing the microphone, please.
I think it is both to Professor Mucheka. I know him very well. Last 20 years, I know him when I was MD of or CEO of NEMA, and we interacted very well. Actually, he laid some good standards, and I can give him a lot of thanks, a lot of credit for laying standard, which was very high. No industry, sir, I'm repeating here in this platform, they vouch, no chemical plants in Kenya is fully compliant as of today, except a few, maybe by multinationals and all that. He has the credit. And I asked him, sir, why did you lay so big standard? He said, human lives are important in America as well as in Kenya. So I admire him for that one. So then, of course, there is a problem with England and all that. That is good. So my main question is, as you are there, sir, you are also from Kisii area. You have a lot of theoretical knowledge. This friend, Miberia, has the potential to bring money and to execute to young men. Why don't you combine and take one area, solid waste management, or any other area to do it, and do it waste management of electronic waste management like that. It will be very good to both of you to combine. I can execute that project here. Actually, execution. You do money, you bring money, you bring theoretical knowledge. Any project I can execute here. Okay. Next. In particular, yesterday I had a project for ethanol to replace fuel like charcoal, kerosene, and wood. Yeah, same thing. You can. I'll tell you 1 minute more. I'll tell you. Yeah, it can. 23,000 lives are being wasted here. I mean, 23 people die every year due to these fuels. I have a project. It costs $35 million. So we have to do something. 3.5 billion shillings. We have to bring money. I'm looking for that project. For that also. Secondly, please, you are still continue your good work, what you are doing, both of you. I'm really impressed today with so much knowledge, and you put young people like this is what we do in India, cottage industry, making pickles, making chutney, making sausage. Same thing continue. I see your stall also. Continue very good work, and we appreciate, and posterity will remember you. For next 3 generations will remember here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much to all of you for the good audience you've given to all the panelists. And I want to do everything in accordance to how we respect elders. Everything must be done according to what the elders demand of us. I've been privileged to be calling the panelists, and now I'm privileged to ask the chair of the the Kenya Diaspora Alliance to bless the new ambassador's chair.
Right. A befitting round of applause to Balozi and all the panelists. Thank you so much. Please feel free to yield the podium. I must apologize, partly because of the late start. We may not interact with them, but you will have opportunity to interact with them over lunch. So my sincere apology for the late start, but we're trying to now gain time so that in the afternoon we have no delay. Obviously, you realize there's huge amounts. As I say that, I'll be inviting David Bano Ifat to come over. Give him a round of applause. We're trying to do some time management here to catch up. Ifat, the UN International Fund for Agricultural Development, has been a good partner of Kenya Diaspora Alliance. We belong to the National Remittance Stakeholders Network, and you'll be hearing more about it. At that point, I yield the floor to David. Another round of applause to welcome him. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Shem. I'm very happy to be again with you today. And I'm David Berno, as introduced, a Remittance and Inclusive Digital Finance Officer at FFR, IFAD, Financing Facility for Remittance at the International Fund for Agricultural Development. We are running operations in Kenya. We have a program on remittance and diaspora investments, which aim to support the cost reduction for remittance through projects, through policy engagement. And recently, we launched a community of practice that has been last November. We had the first initial session on compliance, on very technical issues regarding KYC, CDD. And today we'll have the second session. We took advantage of this Kenya Diaspora Convention to have a topic discussion regarding diaspora, how to engage with the diaspora when addressing migrants' financial needs. So I'll invite the speakers for today's session. I'll be moderating the session. So I'll invite Pauline Keme, Head of Diaspora and Remittance at COP Bank. Please give a big round of applause of Pauline. I invite Sharon Kinyanjui, Principal Consultant at Diaspora Bridge Advisory. Please, Sharon, join us with a round of applause as well. And last but not least, Honorable Abdi Bush Duran, representing the Kenya Diaspora Alliance. The format of the session today is the following. We will have two presentations from the ladies from COP Bank and Diaspora Bridge Advisory. And then we'll have also some remarks from Honorable Abdi. And then we will have a round of questions before opening the floor for Q&A. So let's get started. Since, as Dr. Shem mentioned, we need to hit the ground running and to be in time for the lunch. So let me introduce Pauline. Pauline is the head of Diaspora Banking and Remittance at COP Bank. And she's a career banker with over 15 years of professional experience in banking, finance, in the finance industry. Prior to joining COP Bank, she worked at Equity Bank Group and Family Bank with assignment in the US, UK, South Africa, China, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and DRC. Very long list. Before moving to East Africa, she worked in various positions also in the UK. Pauline holds a master's degree in the international finance from London Metropolitan University and a bachelor degree in the international business administration from Oxford Brookes University. She has studied leadership development, the Harvard Management Tour from Harvard University, and the 10,000 Women Program by Goldman Sachs from United States International University. So welcome, Pauline. The floor is yours for the presentation. I think, yeah, you can have the podium and the technical guy could run the presentation after your sign. Thanks, and over.
The video, please.
You wish to launch the video now as initial things? Okay. Can you start from the beginning and also turning up the audio? Yeah. I mean, just before having the video, Pauline.
Good afternoon. I wish to salute Dr. Shem Ochodo and the leadership of KDA for a fantastic event. I think you've been consistent. On a personal note, Dr. Shem, we come a long way. He's a big brother, a personal friend, a man of his word. You have held this together. We salute you. We honor you. Thank you. I want to thank the IFAD team also for this community of practice. Are we good to go? Yes? Okay. The financial services, so we get customers, we're able to grow our deposits, we're able to grow loans, transactional income, forex income, interest and processing fee. I have one more slide. I was asked to talk about what are the services that banks offer. Across the region, we offer accounts, typical, something that a Kenyan enjoys here. The only difference is that the person abroad, if a Kenyan is abroad, if you're listening and you're abroad, you're able to access banking services online using our online portal. We give access to finance, which is key to what IFAD is talking about today. Kenyans abroad work very hard. We want to partner with them so that the real estate companies that we have seen here, you can talk to financial institutions and we offer you access to finance back home using your salaries and your income abroad to be able to build, to be able to purchase property, acquire property, and to develop property. Insurance, I've seen a few insurance companies here. So banks are offering that, and CoBank through our CIC insurance, we offer a partnership for customers to be able to not only grow their wealth, but also to protect their wealth. Other investment solutions, T-bills, bonds. If a Kenyan abroad wants to participate in that, we're able to buy treasury bills. And this cuts across the banks that have financial services specifically for diaspora. I know my colleague from NCBA has talked about it. So please talk to us. Our table is right at the back. Access to accounts. Kenyans are not here. We are able to offer them through internet banking. They're able to access, if you travel abroad, you can use the Visa cards. Money transfer, finally is we build remittance rails, and how we do that is partner. The beauty about Kenya is that we do not have exclusivity clauses with any money transfer organization, and that really helps bring the cost of remittances down. So we've partnered as a bank with over 14 partners, and there are many partners that we are seeing entering the Kenya space, and this is a solution to Kenyans. So Kenyans in the US, before it used to be expensive to send, but now we even have organizations that don't offer any fees for money transfer. So that's a brief on the products that we offer. Thank you. I'm available for more engagement.
Pauline, just a second. I wish to take advantage to have you there on the podium to just to react and make you a question at least. Since the title of this question is about community of practice and practice. So, and the idea today was to share somehow how do you engage with the diaspora and to provide and propose your financial services. So would you mind to share with us how do you reach out the diaspora in the different region of the globe? What is your model? What is your best practice? I mean, what is working well for Coop Bank to reach out the diaspora and to trying to, you know, address their financial needs?
Thanks, David. So in Kenya, we have a diaspora center at Haile Selassie Coop House, where Kenyans who visit Kenya can visit the center. And from there also, we are able to engage the world. We have relationship managers. I see my team there. We're able to engage them via email, via WhatsApp. During COVID, we engaged a lot of Kenyans using webinars. I know we did webinars in over 18 countries, talking and engaging with the key stakeholders in the countries. So the beauty about Kenyans is we congregate wherever we are. So we talk to community leaders. I've seen Steve is one of the community leaders. We talk to the high commissioners and the ambassadors in the various countries. We're able to engage them so that we get to their levels. Kenyans also congregate in churches. So we engage the churches so that we are able to be in touch with what is happening. We recently engaged a lot of Kenyans that were going for the FIFA World Cup. So those ones, we were able to engage them by talking to them before they went through the recruitment companies. A lot of recruitment companies, we work with the ones that are certified by NEA. And then before the Kenyans go abroad, we're able to offer them even financial literacy on how to spend their money. The other way is we support community events. We support events like this and events globally because we are, as our slogan, we are you. We want to feel the Kenyans. We understand the needs of Kenyans in Europe are slightly different from the Kenyans in Germany, in Middle East, in Asia. So we want to engage them at their level so that we're able to understand their needs and innovate on our product offering.
Super. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pauline. Before asking Sharon to take over, would you mind just to mention which event worked better or which practice is something that you would repeat because was extremely successful in terms of, feedback that you received from the diaspora? They felt, understood from you, and what would be in the pipeline for Coop Bank in the coming future, that something that you will propose or repropose based on your past experience?
I'll start by this event and acknowledge the KDA. They've been able to manage to gather together stakeholders of diaspora. So this is key event for us. Kenyans congregate around national events. December 12th is a big event. So we'll find there are many activities in different countries. UK have an event hosted by the ambassador. I'm glad to see a former ambassador here. So we touch with Kenyans. The corona, we are just coming out of the corona period, so webinars worked for us. We are also looking, the ministry with the newly formed State Department of Diaspora Affairs, we're looking forward to more engagement in terms of events. I know in 2014, we had a diaspora event at Windsor, so we are looking forward to such events. And also we are partnering with money transfer organizations. Where they are, we want to be. Allow me to also talk on new frontiers briefly on what we are seeing as I sit down. We're seeing customers money transfer organizations. We're moving from just offering solutions of, I have $100, I want to support my mom, I want to support a relative. And now we're seeing more purpose-based remittances. So we're seeing that now, if you're sending money, you're able to pay school fees directly to a university. A lot of pain points for Kenyans abroad is having to use middle people and money not getting to the intended user. So purpose-based remittances, and we are offering that. How? You're able to pay bills directly. You're able to pay to institutions without having to go through a middleman. Wallets, we've seen a partner who's now giving wallets. What this means, it's a digital bank. So it's not just a straight through, you have $100 and you're sending it. You're now able to put money in a wallet and then build up the money. And when you're ready, you can send a lump sum. And finally, a new frontier is product bundling. I know in the bank, we bundle our products with insurance services, but now we are seeing new trends where remittances can now be bundled with insurance services, so that the people who send money, for instance, for medical services, are now able to send remittances specifically. And we offer an insurance so that that money goes an extra mile for the customer. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pauline. Thank you. And you anticipate also another question that we'll probably give to the other speakers regarding the prediction of the evolution of financial services for migrants and diaspora. Thank you again, and allow me now to call Sharon Kinyanjui for the second presentation. Sharon is a highly respected global leader in the remittance and fintech industry, having successfully organically grown World Remit from strength to strength on the African continent over the past 5 years, and also propelled Western Union growth across UK, Ireland, and the Nordics over a decade. Sharon was the lead for Middle East and Africa region of World Remit, a leading digital payment platform. He was responsible for strategy and scaling the business across the Middle East and Africa, and heading up a team of people tasked with growing the region network and revenues across 40 markets. Sharon has extensive experience in the payment sector with over 15 years worth of expertise in developing and implementing successful international business development plans. Her knowledge and experience in remittance dates back in her management roles in business development and marketing in EMEA at Western Union and prior to joining World Remit in 2017. She is also an experienced commentator on cross-border payments, financial inclusion, women in tech, and impact of money transfer in Africa. Sharon is regularly featured in the press as thought leader in the industry. Her previous broadcast appearances have included the likes of Bloomberg, MTV, Metropole TV, KBC, KTN, and CGTN. Sharon holds an MBA from Manchester Business School and has been recognized in the Angaza Awards as one of the top 10 women to watch in banking and finance in Africa 2022, and also 2022 top women expert in fintech Africa. Sharon is principal consultant at Diaspora Bridge Advisory, a strategic advisory firm providing advisory services on payment and remittances to corporations, investors, government, and no-profit organizations operating in Africa. Diaspora Bridge Advisory is also focused on community engagement on the diaspora, African diaspora, and ensuring their involvement on various value-added activities on the continent, including trade mission. Sharon, please, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shem Ochwotho and the KDA for this fantastic event. It's been a wholesome and fantastic couple of days. I'd also like to thank IFAD and the team for the opportunity to be up here speaking to everyone. And of course, everybody who's taken their time out today to come and engage on this discussion. So yes, so a bit about Diaspora Bridges Advisory. Thank you. Can go to the next slide. So as David kindly mentioned, we are a strategic advisory firm working in the space of cross-border remittances. We specialize in terms of helping the diaspora get information, and organizations get information about the diaspora, where is the migration happening, some cross-border support and payments, trade linkages, but I'll talk more about this as we go on. Next slide, please. So our presence and expertise. So we are a team that covers 3 different regions. So within Africa, we have presence here in Kenya. In North America, we're present in both the US and also Canada. As you all know, North America is a very big market when it comes to remittances, and so is Canada. So we're present there. The UK is normally the second largest market for remittances. So again, we also have some presence there. We're working towards getting presence in Australia. As we know, of course, that's another key market. I can see somebody saying talk to her, so I'll definitely come and talk to you afterwards. So our team has a lot of experience and expertise across all these different markets. Next slide, please. So in terms of data and trends, so we work closely with organizations like IFAD. We work with GSMA, Senfree, to be able to collate and get data that's out there in the market and basically share it with some of the organizations we work with. What you'll see there is an example, for instance, of how data trends have moved from mobile money. So that's the kind of intel that people who work in the diaspora need, right? They need to be able to know, you know, what are the movements and what are the trends that are happening across the segment. We also provide market intelligence. I always say that data is the most important beginning, right? So we're able to say, you know, if you're looking at the US, it's all very easy to be able to tell people, go out into the US and as an organization in Kenya, you know, reach out to the people in the US, but the US is huge, you know, 50 plus states. Where do you even start? Where are the Kenyans residing? So we're able to help you narrow down and be able to say, listen, looking at a heat map, like the one you see on the screen, where are the greatest population and greatest populations of Kenyans residing? This one just shows the Kenyan side, but of course, we're able to do the same data for other key African diasporas because we work closely with Nigeria, Ghana, Zimbabwe, just to name but a few. So this kind of information is invaluable, so that at least you know where to start from when you're on the Kenyan side trying to figure out where do I start, right? We do cross-border payments advisory. So I'll give you an example. Right now, we're currently working with an agribusiness who's looking to send money from Switzerland, and this is normally business payments from Switzerland to Ivory Coast. So we help you figure out, you know, how do you do this? How do you figure out the settlement? Maybe you're a trader who's here in Kenya and you have a business here and you're looking to make payments into Tanzania. How do you do that? You know, so we offer that as an advisory solution, so Pan-African solutions as well. So we link you together with the cross-border payments companies and advise you on who is best to work with. Next slide, please. And market access linkages, you know, so regardless of what the size of your organization is, we try and create those market access linkages. I'd like to give an example of Beauty Profs. So Beauty Profs is a beauty business that's actually out in Canada. They have a lot of distribution of beauty products all through retail outlets. We created a market linkage between them and Ashley's. I think everybody who's within the Kenya space knows Ashley's, which is a huge franchise in the beauty space. And actually with both Beauty Profs and Ashley's and both the embassies in Canada and in Kenya, we are actually creating a skill sharing course that's actually coming to Kenya next year in 2023. So we're going to bring some of the students from Canada here to transfer some of their skills. And we're also taking people out to Canada to do the same, you know. So it's not about being a huge multinational. Really, I think business and trade, you know, happens across the board. And we're really keen to kind of foster that kind of relationship. I think David also mentioned in the introduction that we we also do trade and investment missions. So we have one coming up next year. This is an example. So we work with one of the organizations we work with is the Africa Trade Desk. They're bringing out quite a lot of entrepreneurs out next year. We'll be happy to share more information about that, but we're really, really excited. And then, of course, sponsorship and community engagement, similar to what you're seeing here today. From sponsorship, that's an example of our presence at the East Africa Chamber of Commerce. But then, we've also helped other brands basically do community engagement. So be it concerts, how do I reach Kenyans? We've recently had about Samido, for instance, traveling all across the US. If that's your brand and there's an affinity, we can help you do that level of linkage as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. I'll take advantage to have you next to me to make you some questions regarding probably your previous experience with Remit. Since you have been so clever, and congratulations again for your achievements. What have been the main way to engage with the diaspora to let them know about what Remit and then to update them, since, what Remit wasn't so famous, let's say 5 or 10 years ago. So what was your journey in terms of customer, dissemination? That would be the first question. And the second one would be, yesterday, during the data presentation that I had here, I mentioned that the cheapest channel so far is still digital money, sending the money through money operators. But we also mentioned that the percentage of the total volume is less than 1%. So again, according to your experience, what should be done to reach a bigger share of that money channel through digital means? Over to you.
Okay, thank you, David. So in relation to the first question, I think I come from a unique perspective because, like you mentioned, I was a regional director for Middle East and Africa for World Remit, so on the digital side. But I'll also cast some experience that I had almost a decade experience working for Western Union. So they're like chalk and cheese, both large organizations in the remittance space, but both play very differently. To your point about what was different and how did customer acquisition happen at World Remit versus, I would say, a Western Union, I think it was the first tool of customer acquisition and awareness was digital. Right. So it was everything from the use of Google search and search engine optimization. So from the instance that, to put it even simply, from the instance that you just put into Google and decided I need to send money to Kenya, who pops up first, right? So it's our job to make sure, or our job at World Remit, to make sure that the first name that pops up there as an answer would be World Remit, right? Then even on trailing you in terms of your social media, every time I think you get onto Facebook, making sure that there are ads, you're able to see and understand the presence of World Remit everywhere. So your digital footprint was very, very important in terms of customer acquisition. And that's how World Remit tends to engage from a digital perspective. So you see a lot of them in terms of digital ads. Maybe you might see a YouTube ad. So a lot of digital presence. This is different from a Western Union. So my experience as well with Western Union, it was very much on the ground community activation. So it was events, it was being at mosques. So it was, walking the streets, being in terms of going into salons and putting up posters. So it was a very different type of engagement. Although having said that, we are now seeing some digital companies trying to find a bridge between the two. So for those who are not aware, last year in 2021, February, World Remit acquired and bought out Sendwave. So they're now part of the same group. And the bigger group is called ZEPS. It doesn't change anything about how you interact. That's just a group holding company. It's the same way you'd have Unilever as the main brand, and then you have things like Omo and all the other different brands underneath. So nothing really changes from that perspective. But what it is to say is that World Remit and Sendwave are the same company. And what Sendwave has done is, I think, which is interesting, is bridge the two. So they don't only just engage from a digital perspective, you will see them digitally, but I'm sure out in the streets, you know, for people who have been out in the diaspora, you will readily meet them in terms of being at subways, at churches. They're very, very good at engaging at community levels, being present in community events. And I think they've gotten the model right. So I think nowadays organizations are trying to find a hybrid in terms of their customer awareness and customer acquisition. So it's not just digital and it's not just the traditional way. Then I guess coming to the other question, now in terms of some of the I guess maybe let me speak more broadly about some of the changes that we're seeing overall in the industry. You know, people are moving more and more towards more digital remittances. That for sure is the case. The reason that you're only seeing it as 1% of the overall pie is that on the send side, it is still pretty difficult for customers to get onboarded. What do I mean by this? I lived in the UK for 11 plus years. I could tell you from the different communities, there are people who have been there for a long period of time, but they don't necessarily have the documentation to enable them to go onto digital platforms like the World Remits and the Sendwaves. Because to register and to be able to send money from a World Remit and Sendwave, you need to be, there needs to be Know Your Customer, KYC. So you need to upload your passport. You need to upload an ID, a driving license. And sometimes when people are out there, they've left home, they don't necessarily have the documentation that is required. So that means they are naturally excluded from the people who can use some of these platforms. So those people also tend to prefer now to go to your traditional money remittance companies like your Western Unions and a MoneyGram, where you walk into a shop, maybe you know the shopkeeper, you hand over the cash over the counter, and then you send the funds. So to be able for that piece to change over time and to increase the inclusivity of those digital channels, I think we need to figure out how do we help some of those people get onto those platforms even without having that documentation, especially in the Middle East. That's where we see the largest amount of, for instance, Kenyans struggling in terms of KYC. Yeah, and I think there's opportunities to have those discussions with the various bodies that are represented here. You know, and again, very excited that there's a ministry or a State Department of Diaspora Affairs, because those are things that we really need to discuss. Then the other piece, just in closing as well, has always been the fee, right? I think what has accelerated during COVID, I think it would even have been less than 1% if COVID hadn't happened, right? People moving towards digital remittances, people were forced to look at digital remittances. But the more affordable we make it, I think the more people will look at that as a way to send money, and they'll steer away from sending money through informal channels and black market channels. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you, Sharon. Thank you so much. Let me now give the floor to Honorable Abdi, representing KDA, to introduce himself and also to give us some remarks about the diaspora engagement seen from the diaspora point of view. So over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Are you guys tired? We need to cheer up a little bit. It's almost lunchtime. You're awake. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to speak about remittance and money coming back to home from abroad. I liked the professor, before I start that, Kechege, how you spoke about all that programs. which I liked it. And the engineer has told us how much you have improved. Bere has done a great job also, helping our young boys and girls to do some work. There's a lot of talented Kenyans in Kenya, and a lot of them in abroad. It's only that we're not tapping to our programs. Dr. Shem has done a great job. I've known Dr. Shem for a while. I've been with him in South Sudan when he was working there as an advisor. I think diasporians, we should vote or hashtag for Dr. Shem to be recognized by the Kenyan government. Right now in power, they should recognize that. And I think that is part we're missing. We are talking every day and every year about this program. None of us has taken the initiative to reward Dr. Shem, who was, and my friend Margaret Kimani is also saying should be recognized. But anyway, Dr. Shem, we recognize you for your great efforts. You have done this beyond and above. I've worked with you for some years now in Kenya, and I'll be working with you, inshallah, God willing. And we will not leave your efforts unmentioned everywhere we go. This time I've ran for senator and I didn't get, if I would have been elected for senator, definitely I will have passed the name of Dr. Shem to the president and asked him to appoint him somewhere. Thank you so much. Beside that, well, let's talk about remittance. Remittance is good for our people in Africa or anywhere they are to get those kind of money for their homes and their friends and their families, especially during the holidays. That is small money they put aside to give to their families. None of them use so much about investment or other programs because most of the diasporians do not know what's going on back at home. And oftentimes, I remember spending some money somewhere. Had I known at that time, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, some of the plots in South Sea were going for 10,000 shillings, $10,000. And that time I could afford, but by the time I come back, I was told it's cost about $100,000. So you can imagine most of the diasporians do not have the information what's going on at home. Had they had the good information, then they will have used the right machine, the right lines to either through the banks or through others to purchase some of those lands and so those programs. So lack of information from home is giving them to keep their money where they are. The other problem I've seen all these banks here, which I'm very happy to join them, to join Kenya Diaspora, remittance group. I know one of the remittance was started by some other gentlemen from Somalia called Sendwave, have made a lot of money in dollars. And during the droughts and during the problems in Somalia, they contribute to those droughts. And I've not seen the Kenya remittance group need to contribute to the public and support the communities very well, and especially Kenya Diaspora when they're doing their programs. I know Dr. Shem and his team, they try so hard to pull everything together to start this program to work. So remittance group, I'm giving you an idea here. Put some money in the Kenya Diaspora so they can put the word for you guys forward, finance them, their programs, and give them the chance to do what you want us to do. Then money always, remittance is sent to Africa, but sometimes it can go to the wrong hands. So we have to also be very careful who we're dealing with. You can be sending to, and that's why the UN and other government organizations are very keen in where did this money go, especially if it is going to some countries where there's a civil war, it will end up in the wrong hands. So us, the diasporians, also, we have to be careful where we're sending our money and where it's going and who is it going to. If it is going for helping a family and a friend and a relative, well and good. And if it's for empowering yourself, it's also good. Talking about helping the diasporians, I think anyone in diaspora, especially the Kenyans, I think we should take an understanding how the Somali diaspora does from Somalia. How come they're getting elected in America and none of the Kenyans are getting elected in America? I don't understand that part. And I need to encourage them to get elected so that they can help their country back home by talking to those government officials in America. That's the what happens recently in the midterm elections in America. 8 of them were elected the Somali refugees from Somalia, who are diasporians also. You can't imagine I believe, Dr. Kashege, if you know, in Minneapolis, there's a number of Kenyans, especially the Kisii community. They should be elected by now, and they should try and mimic what others are doing so that they can help. The last time we had someone from these sides was a relative called Barack Obama from Kenya. So it's our time now, as Kenyans, to get elected, whether you're in Australia, whether you're in America, whether you're in England, you need to put your acts together and get elected so you can help people back at home. Nobody will help your people unless you help yourself and go forward. In about innovations, last time I remember Dr. Shem has helped us a lot. Some of us have come up with a program called CR7 to help people who are infected with corona. And I'm sure some of you have seen the cans CR7. CR7 is made by intellectuals from Kenya. That's one of it. Can I have it? My friend, yes, this is intelligent scientists from Kenya and others have joined hands together and made this. So you can imagine we have a lot of talents in Kenya and we are not working with it. I think the Kenyan government right now that we have a foreign minister and a diaspora program, we need the Kenyan government to support the intelligent people who will invent new things, whether it's a CPU, whether it's a Hubble, whether it is what and what. We need a government support that can help support, and mostly they can use KDA as a drive place. So where Dr. Shem gets involved again, Dr. Shem was very helpful marketing this and telling the public and the world that we do have CR7 to treat anyone who had some problems with COVID. It is an immune booster, it helps immune, and we were there to work with communities and because our people needed the help. So, and that is because we came back home and we did what we could to help the rest. Remittance is there always for all of us. And it's not only about remittance, what we do. Kenyan diaspora can send more money if only we give them the chance and the platform, which I believe KDA, with the help of the chairman, can be a good platform to reach those people, to give them the chance where they can invest their money and they can send their money home. I think KDA should have their own remittance program now. Since you can see there, Dr. Shem, I can find who is in charge of Sendwave. You should create the Kenyan diaspora remittance program so that you can have some finance to reach those guys.
Thank you.
With much, not wasting too much. And I know today I had to go to mosque, but because Dr. Shem asked me to speak, I had to forego my prayers and come here and talk to you guys. And may God bless you. And we pray for all those in the diaspora and those here with this big season holiday. And all you guys, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holiday. Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday. Even though some of us just say Happy Holidays. So I wish you guys good Happy Holidays and enjoy, and see you next time in Kenya Diaspora programs.
Thank you, Honorable Abdi. Thank you so much. For interest of time, I will go now for Q&A, and Q&A your comments regarding the topic of the COP, that is how to engage with diaspora, addressing financial services and migrants' financial needs. So I see in the audience also other colleagues from the National Remittance Stakeholder Network, colleague from UPESI, Uttam, I see Frida from ZD Circle, somebody also from Tala. So feel free to add any comments or any experience from your end, if you wish, or let's open the floor for other questions. So thank you again, the presenters, for the great insights they provide to us. And let's see if there is any question in the audience. We can have 5 to 10 minutes max. Can we have the mic? Please introduce yourself and yeah, go ahead. 1 minute max. Thanks. Do you have another mic? Or you can try without mic. I think we are very close. We can. Now it's working. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Nyaga. I'm from the University of Nairobi, Department of Diplomacy and International Studies. I'm a PhD candidate in the field of international relations, but basically we call it international studies. I'm specializing in comparative foreign policy and diplomacy. My question, I would like to direct my question to Dr. Gashiri. I don't know whether it's still online. And my question is, how can we build our 3D technology prototypes and increase the volume of production to accelerate the innovations and tap into the untapped potential in the global value and supply chain? Thank you.
Thank you. And if you don't mind, we hold with this question since we're having another discussion. So I'm asking if there are questions regarding the panel of remittance and how to engage diaspora with financial services.
All right, maybe I'll go. Thank you. I think we'll take his question in maybe offline. So I'm Arthur Margaret Kimani. I'm an investment banker. Have been doing the remittance. It's good to see all my fellow commercial career bankers here, but I'm an investment banker. Pauline and the rest, I can list all of you by name, but I'm very grateful to see all of you in the room. On the remittance side, I remember I brought Sendwave to Kenya a couple years back, and I love that remittance companies are willing to even merge, if you know what I mean, mergers and acquisition, because sometimes for you to achieve the economies of scale, it takes that. And I think we've even seen in the commercial banking where banks merge, yeah? So my comment would be that there's a lot of innovations in Kenya that we actually don't know. And I know in the room we have people that are maybe taking reports to parliament. And, it would be very nice. I think since morning, we've seen so many innovations around the remittance, ease of payment, coming with mobile wallets. I know my sister there talked about it. There are many innovations that we are seeing here, but actually that side they don't know. And I feel if we have media people in this forum, we would really love that you're highlighting these things. And I know I am a leadership author. My book, and why I say this is because I mentor youth globally, from Kibera to everywhere, and especially Kenyans. It's my heart and my passion. Abdi, I know we share in that. You see, a lot of things we are doing here, and I will shock you. One time I was sitting in International Trade Center in Geneva, and one of like yourself, David, a foreigner, somebody who is not Kenyan, rocks up to me and said, "Do you know this young boy? This is a Forbes list young guy. I've written about him in this book. Some guy who innovated a solution for recycling waste in his high school back in Western Kenya." I felt like I want to go under the table because seriously, I don't know this young boy. And these are the things we want. Actually, diaspora, I think the summary of this session, as much as it's remittances, there are so many solutions and so many innovations around ease of payment, ease of, for example, now banks, we are doing a lot of M-Pesa, right? Everyone here, I joke with my friends that when Safaricom was coming, which is—
Margaret, 30 seconds, please.
Let me summarize. So I'm trying to say that, when Safaricom, for example, was investing M-Pesa, it was not meant for you people in this room. It was meant for Mama Mboga, for us in the diaspora to remit to the village. But guess what? In this room, we are all using it. So what I'm trying to say is that as we solve these remittance solutions, can we also make noise about people that are innovating to come up with these problems of remitting money, make a lot of noise, highlight them, right? And the media, if you can focus on these positive things, and if the government can also know these people who are innovating, companies like in this room, I think many of them solution providers, probably the government might not know, right? So let's make noise around these positive things so that even the diaspora are aware of what's happening. And thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. We do have other three colleagues. Please be cautious with the time. Yes, all of them, one each, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll just go to Sharon. Thank you for the good presentation. I just wanted, my concern is on what you mentioned about people who do not have documents in the diaspora, and they still want to submit or to do remittance on a lot of money, actually. You said you are trying to look for a solution on how those can be, they can be included. I really am passionate about that. I really want to know how you will really have a solution or find a solution for that. And number two, there are so many hindrances on accessing credit in our banks in Kenya. I am studying to be a doctor. I have built a hospital, but I could not access credit in Kenya. But I could access credit in Nigeria. So I could not build the hospital in Kenya. So I built the hospital where I could access credit. Sometimes I think our banks should really pull up a little bit and compete with other African countries because we are losing out. I wish you can find a solution of that too.
Thank you. I think the second question maybe we can also be taken by Pauline since she is a banker. Go ahead, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My name is Victoria Nkatha. She did not introduce herself, but she's called Susan. She's my darling mother.
Would you mind also to mention if you come from any organization?
Yes, we are from Denmark. I am from Responding to Life. She's from Vishal Apex. So yes, that's a hospital management company. Thank you. Yes, I also work in health. I am in mental health as well. So that's what I do in Denmark as well. So thank you very much. My question was also regarding the cross-border payments in regards to the aspects of moving money, business money especially. In what ways are we also looking at liaising with other banking institutions and so on and so forth to be able to create an ease of payments towards the banking institutions or companies here, because we always have to go through third-party systems such as World Remit and so on and so forth, which makes it a bit hard for people to remit not to personal individuals, but to institutions. So is there a discussion around bank-to-bank agreements or bank-to-company agreements of which the diaspora can do from abroad? Thank you very much.
Very sharp question. Thank you. The gentleman.
I think our questions are very similar, so they can take them. My name is Robert Bell. I'm representing a company called Smith Consultancy. We work with small businesses. I am a thought leader. My question is, or it's a comment mainly, thinking about for our entire conference, we'll be talking about streamlining the value chain. So while we're looking at filling the gaps and great solutions about peer-to-peer sending from abroad, World Remit, etc., but how do we now enhance the value chain? My question specifically is with the upcoming of AFTA. AFTA has the PAPS system, right, which will reduce clearances, inter-Africa clearance for transactions. But the report tells us that we lose what? About $5 billion in clearance charges between banks. So how can we now leverage this fintech into banking systems, or basically disrupt banking system in such a way? Let me not say disrupt, is a kind of hard word, but how do we, bring that home so that we're not just looking at remitting from abroad to here, but also we can also make payments. For example, if I'm selling goods in the US or in China, etc., if I want to get a Stripe account, I have to have all kind of things. So how can we now own our value chain so that we can control instead of relying like on Visa backed and so on, that we can have our own clearances so that it can go through? Then similar to that is there any plans of incorporating maybe cryptos into these clearances of peer-to-peer? Just
thank you so much. We do see other two hands and then we go for the answers. Frida and Simon. Frida first, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Frida from ZD Circle.
We are Diaspora in Abra for the development of Africa. So we do a lot of programs, investment programs, as well as entrepreneurship programs in different African countries. So my question is, thank you very much for the good speakers. Not really a question, is just my sentiments, because I kind of feel like now we have an infrastructure around. So if it's the remittances infrastructure is there, investment infrastructure is there. So how can we work towards consolidating the infrastructure? Because part of it is, of course, also communication. Things are happening in different areas, different regions, different sectors. How do we make sure that this communication is consolidated so that both the diaspora really understand their role here towards development, as well as also the key players, the development partners, the governments as well. And in terms of government, of course, the policy, I can see the ambassador. How do we incorporate our policies also, like here in Kenya, that incorporate and makes this investment seamless? And of course, the other thing is de-risking, and I'll talk about de-risking because we are facilitating diaspora investments. So we have a fund which is funded by diasporans, and they are investing in small and medium enterprises, but there's no way to de-risk this. There are no co-investors with the diaspora, and I like the ambassador who spoke last year, and he talked about how do we invest also in diaspora programs, because there are all these things happening. Some of them are really micro, but if they are not funded, nothing moves forward. So those are my comments. So because I'm a member of the community of practice, we're gonna, discuss this fund.
Thank you so much, Frida. Simon, and then we go for the answers. Thank you for the comments and the question.
Thank you so much. I don't want to take much time. My name is Simon Kirui. I spoke yesterday a little bit about the diaspora. I'm going straight to your organization and presence in the diaspora. I think I spoke to Pauline or someone else. Your presence, what we have noticed, I'm one of the leaders from the diaspora representing Germany and other areas in Europe. What we have noticed is the disorganization of the diaspora. So, and of course, KDA, we emulate the KDA coming together so that we can have a voice. Now, my question is directly to you who are trying to bring your products and services into the diaspora group. How do you maybe choose partners, or how do you make such that your presence may not continue disorganizing the diaspora in terms of interest conflicts? Because what we have seen, some companies come, others start competing among themselves. And then at the end of the day, you may not even get what you wanted. So do you have streamlined structures that you sort of, when you are present in Europe, how do you go about it so that you may not again end up disorganizing the diaspora instead of bringing them together? So my suggestion will be to maybe go through organizations that are umbrella or big organizations to go through the diaspora, so that you may not choose individuals that will create some interest for the diasporans to fight. So I've just mentioned that. So maybe you may tell us how you are going about it. Thank you so much.
Simon, your questions was for Pauline or for both? I mean, just to be sure to which to address, to who to address.
For any company that is addressing their product and services in the diaspora.
All right, ladies, I hope that you took note. I'll try to support you. It's a long list, huh? And thank you for the amazing question from the floor. So Sharon, you can start with the ID questions and also access to credit. And Polly, you can also refer to it. Over.
Great. Thank you. I 100% agree with, the challenge, right, and the issue. So in my experience, I've been fortunate enough to work with different diasporas. And one solution that I've seen has worked has actually been in the Ethiopian community. So what the Ethiopian Ministry of Foreign Affairs does is they go to places like the Middle East. So for instance, they had recently had an initiative in Dubai. And what they do is they call the rest of their people out in Dubai, and especially especially the people who are unregistered migrants. They then ask them for their, and because those people are unable to send because they don't have the documentation of the country that they're in. So they don't have any UAE documentation. What they do is on the basis of their Ethiopian documentation, they then allow them to use some remittance platforms to be able to send money back home. So they have created a way to kind of mobilize the community in Ethiopia who are unregistered to be able to send funds back home. They predominantly do it through a bank, so it's a bank-to-bank transfer, but there are ways around it. And that's why I'm also encouraged, that in Kenya now we have Ministry of Diaspora Affairs, because those kind of actions are the things that I would urge the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs to help the Kenyans who are out there to think through some of these solutions. They do exist, yeah. Then in the second question, in terms of accessing credit, yes, there's definitely an appreciation. I mean, if you look at it, that obviously interest rates here in Kenya are in double digits, 14% plus. And then obviously when you're looking at markets like out there, can range anything from 3 to even 5% in the US. So I know that it can be very, very difficult to access credit. I think the additional challenge sometimes can also be that maybe some financial institutions get credits through some of these larger organizations, let me put it that way, who give funds to, like IFC, who give funds to, banking institutions at preferential rates. I think the challenge I would like to throw out there, of course, to help and SMEs is obviously for financial institutions to continue to pass down that single-digit interest rates to SMEs to enable them to be able to carry on the good work that they're doing in terms of employing people. But that I will leave to Pauline to address further. I don't know, David, if you want me to continue answering?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Then in terms of business payments, and I'm really encouraged from the question, I think your daughter had asked from Denmark around business payments and when will this happen? I totally agree. I think a lot of cross-border remittance companies was started with the purpose of solving for the peer-to-peer sending, right? That's how Western Union started 120 years ago. Companies like World Remittance and Wave are much younger. They're like 12 years and 9 years respectively. And a lot of these companies are still focused on P2P. What I'm confident about is that obviously companies, especially in the last 5 years, have started to recognize the importance of business payments. That's really what's driving Africa, right? It's business payments. I want to send money to somebody who I bought some material from in Togo, or somebody wants to pay me some funds that they have of mine in Nigeria. So there are companies that are starting to grow in this realm. Aggregators, companies like Flutterwave, Nala, etc., who are starting to look at this whole business payments piece. We just hope that they continue to be encouraged to grow. I think if we look at this industry I think David had talked about what trends do we see in the future. For sure, I think in 5 to 10 years, that'll be bigger. These will be the companies taking on SWIFT. Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily have to go through intermediaries. Intermediaries are not necessarily just the remittance companies. Sometimes the intermediaries are the bank intermediaries, right? And that's what accumulates in terms of cost. So hopefully in the future, we will see that those intermediaries will go, and also the price will vastly reduce. Yeah, because I think the other challenge with sending across Africa is that the prices can be even probably a third of what the cost of the goods you're trying to get money from, right? So that's definitely a challenge. And then two last ones. One was on crypto, I think for peer-to-peer.
Of course, crypto is, I think, a word that is not openly used now. I think that would have changed maybe about 6 months ago and how people's perception of crypto was. But I'm not even talking about the currency. I think the technology is what I think would be here to stay. And that's the blockchain technology. So we need to separate the two. The crypto is actually the currency, and that can fluctuate like every currency. And we've recently seen them nosedive. But the actual beauty is actually the blockchain, the ability to have an indelible platform where transactions cannot be altered. And I think that is a technology that a lot of companies are still interested in exploring. So I think let's keep a keen eye on that. But the blockchain technology, I think, is not dying. I think it's the cryptocurrency itself that has issues, but we'll continue to keep an eye on that. And there are organizations, so I could even name some like Stellar Foundation. There are organizations that actually deal with being able to send cryptocurrencies and deal with actual banks in Kenya. So what happens is you're able to send a fiat-based, and I don't want to get technical, but they're able to send money from on a crypto platform to banks in Kenya. So that technology does exist. Yes. And then finally, I guess to our sister Frida, I echo what you're seeing and saying in terms of consolidation. I think platforms like this and what Dr. Shem has created here in terms of KDA is a really good platform for people to, stakeholders in the industry, to start interspersing ideas and creating that consolidation that you talked about. I think there's more space for us to do more, so that we don't work in silos. But this kind of platform and stakeholder forum encourages us to know that we can, we can continue to work together in all the different sectors. Thank you.
Excellent. Sharon, Pauline.
Thank you. I'll start with the question on credit. I can confidently tell you that banks in Kenya, starting with Cooperative Bank, do offer credit to Kenyans abroad. I think what is typical is if you want to buy a plot loan, a construction, a ready-made house, there are products in place, and feel free to engage. I think it's unfortunate that you can have such an experience, and we have departments that are dedicated to ensuring that that we're able to give you access to finance. I know there are challenges in other products that are not already streamlined, so business finance for Kenyans residing abroad. What I know confidently is for a bank, what we look at is your repayment ability and the security. And what we have done, we know you're not earning in Kenya. So if Sharon is here, I'll ask her for her bank statement for the last 6 months. But you who's in Denmark, I'll ask you for your statements abroad. I'll ask you for your bank statements, proof of payment, looking at your salary, whether you're salaried or a business person. So I think more engagement is required, and it's something for us as banks to amplify the information out there to Kenyans to know that, yes, you can access finance, and the banks are there doing it, starting with Cooperative Bank. In terms of the presence, talking to the gentleman from Germany, yes, we engaged. When we were doing math in primary, we were told you work from known to unknown. So today, if I want to go to Germany, I have your contact now. I'll probably call you and engage and say, I want to go to Germany. Which way do I go? And I think that's the take that as banks we take when we're engaging Kenyans abroad. We start with our customers. We look at our database. How many Kenyans do we have in Germany? And then we see from their network, how can we reach even a wider range of Kenyans? But as a bank, you'll appreciate we want to work with credible organizations. So it's easier to work with a customer who I have banked and I'm able to work with their history. Two is, and key to us, is to work with the Kenyan missions abroad. We work with the embassies, we work with the missions abroad so that we engage. If I want to go today to Germany, I'll call on the embassy and say, this is our interest. How can you link us to the community leaders? We will talk to Dr. Shem through the KDA and ask in this area, who are the leaders? We'll also check, are there churches As Cooperative Bank, I need to say this, that we bank majority of the Kenyan diaspora circles. We've seen this recently. Kenyans abroad are congregating and doing circles, doing a fantastic job. In the US, we have KNAD Circle, we have Kenya USA Circle, and we use these circles also as touch points. One, we bank the circles. And so if we want to engage Kenyans, we will also engage them through the circles, the members, and that will help us to get a bigger reach. So credibility is important to us. And yes, we look to work with the community leaders, Kenyan restaurants, Kenyan events, so that we're able to have a wider reach. And it's by no interest of us to have conflicts. So we want to encourage collaboration in the different countries. I will also talk about the question about delivery of funds. Traditionally, we would use SWIFT, so it's bank to bank. And the restriction with money transfer organizations is that they have a limit on how much you can send. But the beauty with the banks is that you can send a large amount as long as you have a proof of payment. Bearing in mind that banks are regulated, so we have to honor the regulation of the country of origin, and back home we are regulated by central bank, which requires that, for instance, we provide the proof of payment. So we use the regulations here to ensure that the funds are flowing. But what have we done as institutions is partner to lower the cost. We appreciate SWIFT can be expensive, especially for lower amounts of money. But if you're sending a large transfer, then SWIFT would still be a better option for you. So what we've done as banks is engage with partners and partner. I mentioned earlier, the beauty about Kenya is we don't have exclusivity. We can partner with Western Union today and many other money transfer organizations. Why we do that is I have Kenyans all over the globe. Kenyans in Middle East will use maybe instant cash transfers. Kenyans in South Africa have a different partner of choice. So it's in my interest to build remittance rails and partner with as many people so that the end user is able to get their funds at the most convenient way. The last part is we provide last mile delivery. How? It can go to a mobile wallet, and from the mobile, you can then pay through pay bill. We also offer last mile delivery to a bank account. You can pick money through sub-agents. And so the bank sits as an intermediary to facilitate the remittance of money. And I mentioned that, for instance, if you have a wallet with any bank, we now offer facilities where you can pay bills without having to go through another person. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. Thank you so much. Let me add 30 seconds, Dr. Sharma, before giving you back the floor. Adding that on the question of crypto, I seconded what Sharon mentioned, and I can add that there is also Stellar and MoneyGram is definitely a good example, but also a Kenyan company is doing pretty well in this space. It's called Kotani Pay. You might check for them and with them. I mean, we can also facilitate the connection. Regarding the remarks made by Frida on infrastructure, I think that's also probably the role of KDA and other diaspora organizations to flow the communication between these two parties involved, let's say in the diaspora type of interaction, and to innovate on the way of how to communicate. No, I believe that this event is a fantastic entry points, but yeah, there should be something regularly based, and it's a comment. And regarding the risk type of remarks that you made, I think if I got correctly, I think the colleagues at Guido, they are doing a fantastic example to how to de-risking the remittance intend to be financing receiving hand, no? Where the migrants play an important role to be a risk personally. So I think there are some action that might be scaled up and also further developed. That's all. I think it was a vibrant session. Thank you, the presenters. Thank you, the audience. And without further ado, I'll give the floor to Dr. Sham. Thank you.
Another round of applause to the 3 and 4. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we're sitting between you and lunch, but we started late. Bear with us. Lunch itself preparing took a little late as well, but we should be ready to go for it in the next 10 minutes. But there is Professor Indede online. Is she on? This is chairperson. 3 minutes, just briefly. Professor Indede Florence, is she online? If you can bear
yes,
with
I'm
us.
online.
Yeah. Okay, please just keep it to 3. Professor Indede is chairperson, Tibet Authority, but also past president, KDHC, Kenya Dad Scholars Association, Germany. Go ahead, Prof.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chuodo. I've been following religiously the conversation from yesterday, and there is a lot of experience I've learned from this convention. I'm very, very grateful for this opportunity. I really appreciate how you put us together from the time I connected with you when I was the chairperson of Kenya Dad Scholars. I profess Kiswahili studies. This is what I teach at the university, Maseno University. And listening to various conversations, I want to say that Kiswahili as a national language is very rich as a culture and then also as a national heritage. And this is something that I would really like to partner with the Kenyans in diaspora so that we promote our own. We promote the Kiswahili language that has already been promoted by UNESCO. Remember, UNESCO accorded Kiswahili an international day, and that is the 7th of July. So in your various countries, I want to request that every year, 7th of July, please let us partner together and commemorate or celebrate Kiswahili. Within that regard, also, I want to encourage all of us that we promote the Kenyan products as it goes, buy Kenya and build Kenya. In this regard also, I want to appreciate very much the DAD, that is the German Academic Exchange, because the German Academic Exchange has given us a platform to go abroad and study in various disciplines, in various institutions, especially in Germany and also in Africa. And listening to what Gerono presented yesterday, I'm also calling upon scholars and other researchers in different institutions like Indiana, for example, so that we identify with one another and partner together, come together and learn from one another experiences from different institutions, from different universities abroad as we exchange knowledge. GIZ is already helping to settle returnees from different institutions, and that is something I don't know if I'm audible, Shem.
Constraint. The rest I'll just acknowledge colleagues we have in the house. Probably some have walked out. I know one of our affiliate members, KD, has got 65 registered associations across the globe that are associate. Arambe Sacco, South Africa. We recognize you. If somebody's still in the house. In the afternoon, we'll be hearing from some who have not spoken before. There's also Arambe Sacco, Kenya, one of the bigger SACCOs. There's Lordship Africa. We will be hearing from you. We will be hearing also from Governor of Nandi County. So we have a packed program, but please bear with us. We want to have a little bit of kionjo. For those of us who were here yesterday, His Excellency High Commissioner in the UK, Manoa Sipisu, was here. Some of you met him. He thought this was important, even though he was leaving at night, last night, back to go to London. He felt he had to be with us. Apart from that, the exhibitors, please, when we break for tea, pass by. Without them, we wouldn't be here. And by the way, we don't use at KDA the term sponsorship. because we think that's charity one way. We talk of partnership. So we strive to give both ways. And we appreciate and we recognize without the partners and the exhibitors and the participants and the speakers, we cannot have value. I do know we've talked about a number of remittance firms. Perhaps one of the new kids on the block is here, WirePay. He is on the show. So those who go around the booths, I can't count all the companies, but just look out for them. Even if we don't count you by name, please talk to them to see where we can build partnerships. And I feel proud that some of these are Kenyan stroke African tool-led. But of course, I'm alive to the fact that we're part of the global community of nations. I know Samantha, chair of Kenyans in Spain, has been following religiously online. You won't speak now. Professor spoke on your behalf, but we treasure Kenyans in Spain as well. Of course, your former ambassador is here. Something significant happened last week. Dr. Gachigi, although we heard about him, Kenya unveiled its first made in Kenya motherboard. In tech terms, we call it PCB. Give them a round of applause. Because the PCB, the motherboard, is the engine that drives smartphones and computers. So Kenya joins the league of the big and small. Last but not least, allow me also just to recognize, I know there's a KRA tax lady, although in a personal capacity. Essie, just wave. I know they walked in. A round of applause, thank you. The Marco Nyukas from DC, they probably got tired, but if you're in the house, I know we have Chairman Vincent of Kenyans in Perth, if still in the house, or maybe got a bit tired. We also have Mikey Mbithi from New York doing acquisitions and mergers. Oxford combined with Harvard. Mike, if you're in the house, just wave. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. And of course, lovely spouse, Kent and London School of Economics, and probably joining Harvard too soon. Kylie, if a round of applause, thank you. And many other colleagues that are in the house. I know, although Kingdom Bank is part of the COP family, we want to appreciate them in their own right as well. So a round of applause to Kingdom Bank. Thank you. And our other partners whom we have not appreciated. HiSOP, you'll be talking in the afternoon. So please don't go away. They gave us opportunity to listen to us. Be also here, because we also going to come with specific recommendations. We'll have one session for 1 hour. Then what are the specific recommendations before a senior government officer closes the event today? So ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, let us take a break. As we take a break, let's keep it to 1 hour. If you can be back, what's the time now? 2:20. So exactly 3:30. We were supposed to be back by 3 o'clock. So in an effort to catch up with time, let's be back here 3:30. Please don't wait to be pushed to come back, because as you can realize, there's so much that needs to be done. Bon appetit and God bless you. A round of applause.
Are you coming home then to ride with me? Is your love so strong to die for me? Take my hand and promise to take the lead. Want to see you smiling, Calcutta.
So, for our official delegates, you will need vouchers, meal vouchers. So please check with the reception. Thank you.
Professor, welcome. I want to go around. Yes, welcome.
Yeah.
Shombo de hina bukanga, Shombo de hina bukanga. Muhanani aduha kenanga akwi shombo sumu samarinda nishibera. Shombo de hina bukanga, Shombo de hina bukanga. Muhanani aduha kenanga akwi shombo sumu samarinda nishibera. Namawa kawatora hunyira. Namawa kawatora hunyira. Namawa kawatora hunyira. Oh, namawa kawatora hunyira. Tigisa, tigisa, tigisa. Namaru kawatora hunyira. Namaru kawatora hunyira. Namaru kawatora hunyira. Pinche tupe hewa bwana. Namaru kawatora hunyira. Tigisa, tigisa, shake it, tigisa. Ulihwewa, ngombe, ulihwewa, ngombe, ulihwewa, ngombe, mulahi wa mama, ngombe. Konanga nimbara, ngombe, konanga nimbara, ngombe, konanga nimbara, ngombe, mulahi wa mama, ngombe. Ulihwewa, ngombe, ulihwewa, ngombe, ulihwewa, ngombe, mulahi wa mama, ngombe. Konanga nimbara, ngombe, konanga nimbara, ngombe, konanga nimbara, ngombe, mulahi wa mama, ngombe. Tigisa, 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 tigisa. Wait. Hey. Wait. Aya. Tigisa. Turn around. 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 Omwana mulamu kosimuno. Omwana mulamu kosimuno. Now it's very simple. Tell you now. From side side. From side side. Side side. Side side. Shombo maharu muni shombo. Shombo maharu. Shombo. Ulichinga. Omukongo. Nake. Omukongo. Mulahi wa mama. Omukongo. Shombo maharu muni shombo. Shombo maharu. Shombo malumo. Shombo malu. Ulichinga mahalu. Ulichinga. Umugongo. Teremu. Wait. Hey. Aruo mulamu wanje unjingire ngubo inefana ninje luchendo. Aruo muhwera wanje unjingire leso nineboya ninje luchendo. Inde yava ya mapeka mufunika mahulu. Atitisira lukendo Gindaga ya virenja. Suguru. Aruo mulamu wanje ujejire ngubo nindefanya ninje luchendo. Aruo inde yava ya mapeka. Gokinyo kya okahora jererekeire romatine na menjowe nigakinya gaburoke na mwarani newega ai motomoya yele ne mogate kumonyotokia die kahote Jesu Kristo nikahoto neukenero kana irema newega ngai motono Questions?
songo etanie moye kobi makasi ngai na motema e molili makasi butu ekoti ye ngai natangi buku ya Nzambe bana Genèse tina Apocalypse nyonso na bomi ye liloba ya Nzambe ekotikalaka ye maso ekoleka mabe nyonso osala ngai nazali mwana ya Nzambe nalimbisa yo ezalaki na tango yo tokoyoka eloki twa mongongo na yo tozwa na mbomwana l'amour afukoleka kutwa damu na Eva na Jardin d'Eden destin kaboli banzela kasi moluki ansuaka ngai navandi na porte fungola motema liberté ozwaki lokola mwana nyonso makanisi yake kosaka na kozongela mama na ye Kinsala tango nga na yo tolinganaki nalakisaki yo buku ya bolingo oyo ezali na motema na ngai na page ya liboso bakomi amour na lokasa ya mibale bakomi love na oyo ya misato bakomi bolingo na ya minende bakomi mapendo kasi oyo ya suka soki obaloli bapage nyonso yokanga malamu bakomi bolingo ya suka te buku ya Nzambe bandeko natangi ebandeli ntina suka e nasengi bolingo yokolo lendo ezalaki kolia pamba na bondela ata bampiaka tovandaki kozwa na biso te bolingo lelo okeo awa otiki bolingo epai okeo kuna basomi yo bolingo esilaki te na motema babotolingo yo mpona bongo Kinsala na Nzambe ya boka mosolo lokola mana ya mokili balokota bongo yeba valeur ya bolingo napesaki yo Kinsala oyebi bolingo napesaki yo papa eleki ata mbongo na valeur oyebi te Yudasi atekaki Yesu mpona mosolo abosanaki bolingo oyo azalaki na yango ntango azwi mosolo aye komona te ezali mpamba bolingo eleki akendeki kozongisa mosolo epai ya bazuzi mpo te azongela bolingo kasi bazuzi baboyaki kozwa mosolo mpo bayebi ndenge nini bakozongisa lisusu bolingo te babotolinga yo mpona mbongo Kinsala bolingo esilaki te na motema na Nzambe abwaka mosolo lokola mana ya mokili balokota bongo yeba valeur ya bolingo napesaki yo papa mbongo tokolinga nazwi mpasi soki liwande na poli atali sote soki oyi na kombo na ngai akopesa yo nzela te bongo na kombo ya bana oyo tokoti ozwa ata makanisi ya mobali ya mbuzi te bolingo esilaki te na motema mabotoli ngai yo mpona bongo kinsala lokola makolo ya yesu masiya babaka na sete na nzambe mikolo miso na losambo resurrection na nga
oh papa na makolo ya mpasi nani akobotola ngai.
If we have any of the speakers that was mentioned earlier in the room, do we have Hyssop in the room? Okay, there is Hyssop at the end. Give a round of applause as she comes over. Please move over so that we want to catch up with the time. If the screen here can be on so that we can also see ourselves. It's sometimes it's good to see yourself too. I think you can stand over here. Yeah, that's better. Okay, and just checking the rough list of our speakers this afternoon. Lordship Africa. Thanks. Is Lordship in the house? Give a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And we have Mikey Mbiti. If he's in the house, a round of applause to him. Please welcome. If you want your better half, let no man put us under. You can give you a little company. Give them a round of applause. The choice is yours. Okay, and just checking the list. There is one more partner. I would want to believe that Kingdom Bank already took their part together with Coop Bank, but if there is a CEO or the representative, please, the ones I've called, please come to the table. Otherwise, we may miss this opportunity to share brief thoughts. Karibuni. Give them a round of applause as they come over. Thank you. So, please, Mikey, I'm waiting for you on the table. Hyssop, I'm waiting for you at the table front. Lordship Africa, I'm waiting for you at the top, the table. I thought I saw somebody as told from Lordship, huh? Or wasn't there? Okay, please come over. So as we sort out the other speakers, I'll be restricting it to, normally we've been giving 8 minutes. In the interest of time, because we have many speakers, I'll do 7. Give Sarah a round of applause as she comes, takes the floor. You can either talk from there, you can use that mic, or you can come over here. The choice is yours. Okay, is Sarah first? Huh? Okay, have a seat.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yes, Dr. Ochuodo and the team that is working with him. I would like to really appreciate you this afternoon. It's a great honor to come and share with you what God has given me. And there's a topic I was given to come and address you. Before I share what I have, I would like to introduce myself. I tell you who I am so that we can connect, isn't it? We are here to connect, to exchange business, and do lots of things together. Now, Sarah Karingi is an author. I have authored 3 books, and I'll try to be as fast as I can. This is my first book, that is Overcoming the Impossible, believing that despite challenges, we can go very far. Everybody faces challenges, and I felt I should share the story of my life about the challenges I faced from when I was a small girl to when I got married. And then I went ahead. I really love networking. I wrote a book. This is a hard book that talks about business networking, the do's and don'ts of networking, the principles of networking. I am who I am today because I practice professional business networking. Out of that, I also decided to go all the way to America to look for the founder of the largest referral organization in the world, Business Network International. If you want to be a good mentor, go to that mentor that knows and walks the way. So I went and I met Dr. Ivan Meissner. I looked for him and I found him in a cruise ship in America. And before I got that visa, it was a really tall order. So you can imagine the determination. I went to that embassy 3 times, and the 4th time I went with nothing other than faith and my passport. And finally I got it. I went, he mentored me and encouraged me to keep writing books on networking. Now, Sarah is also an entrepreneur. I'm a professional entrepreneur. And when I talk of professional, I don't bribe for businesses. And I went to Ghana in July this year. I was picked by Strathmore University to go and speak about entrepreneurship in a university called Ashesi. Guess what? The university paid for me. I have been referring my friends to different programs in Strathmore. So far, I have taken or referred 40 people. And for that, I also think I deserve a small clap. Thank you very much. Yes. So in business, what do? I have a business which I run and it was started by my late husband, Karingi Masharia. We are manufacturers of high quality wood products. We don't compromise on the quality of wood that we use. We do doors, we do floors, ceilings, staircases, anything, wardrobes, name it. And then we also do interiors. And then in addition to that, I also have a water company. We sank a borehole way back in 1993. We settled in a place where there was no water. And let me tell you, at times challenges, problems can make you think. And I pushed my husband because I was always going to fetch water somewhere in Gizai, and I felt this was enough. And every day I would nag him and tell him that, Dimi, I want water. And you tell me, he was in architecture and in construction, and he would tell me, I'm sorry, we have to continue fetching water. So I was bold enough to go and did a research, and I was able to find a company that could be able to sink for us a borehole. And that is how I found myself with a borehole, which served so many people within the area that where I stay. Again, I'm also a global award winner in entrepreneurship and networking. I'm also a trainer. I train and mentor people about business and about entrepreneurship. I'm also a leader. I am a chairperson, Global Business Roundtable. I'm stepping down this year. I've led Business Network International as a president and another consultant. I'm also a vice chairperson, United Kenya Club, vice chairperson, Muungano wa Wanajane. And as I've said again, I'm a trainer. Now, what is the essence of networks? Because we are here to network. And Dr. Ochodo, I hope and I believe, if there'll be another event like this one, I'll be given an opportunity to talk about how we can network. So we are here to network and to do great things. The richest people in the world look for and build networks, while everybody else goes hunting for work. So we need to network professionally. We look for the proper networks. Now, thank you. A united diaspora refocused to national development is a topic I was given. So how can we build sustainable networks, both locally and globally? We can do this by building mutually beneficial relationships. How do we do this? What can I give you? If I know I can't wear this dress, I should not give it to you. So we need to form networks that are ready to work with us, collaborate with us, And that can only be achievable because of one word, trust. Trust can get us very far. And that is why I believe we should partner with KDA, KNCCI, Strathmore Business School, KEPSA, and another organization that I run is called Kenya Synergies. Please, members of Kenya Synergies, you can stand up, we recognize you. And then we also need to learn. Please stand up, members of KS. Kenya Synergies, I think they've left, we are here in the morning.
Yep, I'm
yes.
afraid we have to conclude.
Okay, let me just conclude, sorry. Then the other thing that we need to do is to learn. I'm an enthusiast when it comes to learning. I've learned technology and it has, right now I'm 62 years old and I have done so much when it comes to learning about technology and how I can use it to build my business and how I can leverage on it to support others in business. Also, be exposed. Try and connect with those people who are out there. And that is why, Dr. Ochuolo, I want to connect with you and other networks. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to her. Thank you.
There's a short time. If you want to look for me, please just look for me where I'll be seated and I'll connect with you. God bless you so much.
Please,
thank you.
Thank you so much. Please have a seat. A proper round of applause. I thoroughly apologize. Next is Lordship Africa. And should give him a round of applause as he comes over, please. We appreciate and treasure you as our partner.
Hi, everybody. I can see I'm going to have to go very, very, very fast. I hope you guys can follow me very quickly. Can I have the first slide up? Great. Can we put it full slide? It's not full. Can you make it full? Come on, let's go. I've already lost my first minute. Can we have full slide? Go. Okay, great. All right. Lordship Africa, 88 Nairobi. I'll talk about that in a minute. Let's go to the next slide. This one you can see is me. You can't read what it says there, but I was born in Eldoret. I'm a Kalenjin. My Kalenjin name is Kiblimo, and my father was principal of Masoret Teachers College. Those who know about it, and did my schooling here, did my degree in London, started my business in Europe, and then after making, and this is my business in Europe. Next one. I've built a lot of, in real estate development, built a lot of properties. We've done over $1 billion worth of development in Europe. And you can see here, next slide, some of the projects, next slide. Those of you, I'm sure a lot of you know Alex Chamwada and Daring Abroad. I'm sure he's interviewed a lot of you. And so he's did a whole episode on me. So if you want to know more about me, go to Alex Chamwada's site and you can find out more about me. Next slide. So Lordship Africa, here I am. Next one. Me and my sister. There you go. So you see, this is with my Kalenjin friends when I was a kid. And actually, two of these young ladies have actually bought apartments in 88 Nairobi. So we're still very good friends. So you can see here, this is business development. Next one. I've started a foundation. Let's go to the next one. This one, I do a foundation in the slums in Nairobi. We help over 2,000 youth going from unemployment into self-employment. We help them. We basically say, I'm not going to give you money or food, but what I will do is I'll give you a fishing rod and teach you how to fish so you can actually feed yourself. And that's what we do. We help them with all sorts of businesses, and we can tell you a lot more about that if you want to. But to integrate with them, next page, I bought a football club, Nairobi City Stars. We're in the Premier League. We're number 5 in the Premier League as of last year. And next slide, you can see here. So this is my team. They're all from the communities, and they help us with the foundation work. We also get into basketball. Next slide. You've gone too fast. Go back. Go back. Yeah, no, you've gone too. No, that's basketball. So we're also building basketball courts in the communities. We've already bought 4. We're on our 5th. We're going to do 25 and start tournaments amongst the youth in the communities. Next slide. During Corona, we were the largest donator of food into the slums, larger than the government. We did 2.1 million meals of food we distributed into the slums. Next slide. So if you want to partner with us on the foundation, please do come and talk to me. Can I ask Sharon and Josh to stand up? Sorry, Josh. So they are part of the sales team of 88 Nairobi and Karen Hills. But if you want to know more about the foundation, please talk to them. All right. And jumping on now very quickly, projects here. I've got 2 minutes, guys. I'm not going to be able to do this. So you've got various projects. Karen Hills is a 64-acre site in Karen, and next one. We have sold most of the plots there. We've still got about 10 remaining plots who are all 1-acre plots, fully serviced. And now it's one of the best established high-end projects in Karen. And this is all amenities. This is a project we're going to be doing next in Upper Hill. Next one. This is 88 Nairobi. It's going to be the tallest high-end residential building in Africa. In Africa, it's 44 floors of residential space, 47 to the helicopter pad on the top. It's in Upper Hill. We have 40,000 people working there. No good residential at all. We've got embassies, we've got the World Bank, and no high quality residential at all. So we have got huge demand and there's no supply. We're the only one. Go next page. You can see next one, we're under construction. Next one. This is the building already. If you drive around there, you'll actually see 88 now all over. That's me at the top with Betty Charlo. If you follow Betty Charlo, you'll see that she does a lot of promotion for us on that one. Go to the next one. We'll be finished in the beginning of 24. Next one. There's all the details. We've got lots of different types. We've got executive plus, Sky Suite studios. You'll see it all. Next one. There's a lot to discuss here. Come and talk to our sales team and they'll tell you all about it. Next one. Next one. Keep going. We'll just flick through these. Next one. Next one. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. These are lots of pictures. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. They're just flicking through, showing you the quality and the style of what we're doing. It's extremely high quality. I can explain. 21-meter pool, and it comes out, and let's stop here. We have over 25,000 square feet of amenity space, over 21 special amenities, 28 unique specifications. There is nothing like it in Kenya, or probably even in Africa. Keep going. Next one. Don't go back. Go back one. Go back one. Yes, this is the group. We got a lot of top quality people. Next one. I've got 30 seconds remaining. Investment returns, keep going. So we are calculating even from now, from the prices we're selling today, you'll make a 50% capital gain over the next 2 to 3 years. Keep going. You will see investment returns of 17.28%. Keep going. That's on the standard. 18.75% on the upper one. That's based on our expectations of rental income. Continue next one. Keep going. We've got to keep going. And this is all of the numbers and figures. We're iconic. So, come and talk to us. The sales team, can you two both stand up again? If you want to talk to them more, go and talk to them. And we'll be love to talk to you about Karen Hills or 88 or even the foundation. And you'd like to help with us on the foundation. Thank you so much.
A final round of applause. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I know colleagues in the audience are saying, why just people or listed speakers talking? If you, no, Prof, although my teacher, the mic is away from you for now. If you come from, say, Asia or from Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Central America, North America, or any other part of those world, or Nigeria, or South Africa, and have they stepped out? Yes. If they haven't gone far, I wanted to hear from her. They've gone. Oh, okay. Tough luck. Tough luck. At this point, from New York, if you want to take the floor, Mikey, a lawyer, but a commercial lawyer, please introduce yourself. Give him a round of applause.
Hi, everyone. Oh, this mic is working. Yeah, hi, everyone. So my name is Mike Ombiti. I was requested to come and introduce myself and get so that you guys can get to know me and probably can look for areas to collaborate. So I work with Global Law Firm Deckard in New York. Previously, I was working with Global Law Firm Clifford Chance in London. Education-wise, I went to school here in Kenya, did my law degree in KU. Sorry, is that better? Yeah, so went to KU, did my law degree, then went to KSL, did my postgraduate degree there, qualified as a lawyer, worked with one of the biggest law firms in Kenya, in Westlands, called Anjali & Kana. So I was there qualified and then left, went to the US, went to Harvard Law School, did my graduate degree in law. Then after that, I proceeded to go to Oxford University, where I did law and Master's of Science in Law and Finance. And then after that, I qualified in the UK, worked there for 2 years, and then recently decided to relocate to New York because I think New York is kind of the best place for what I do. I'm currently working in M&A and private equity. It's kind of helping private sponsors in private sponsors, strategics in public and private M&A across North America, South America, Asia and Europe. But I'm so happy to be here. I'm looking forward to connecting with each one of you and see which areas we can collaborate and work together going forward. Thank you.
Candid, much appreciated. That's the kind of talent we need to utilize at home. Without much ado, I want to move over to, yes, HiSoap. We treasure them as our partners as well. A round of applause. You can either talk there if you prefer or come over here. And if we could have HiSoap's banner at the back, I think it's only fair. A round of applause. Thank you.
Great. Dr. Shemu Chotho, the Diaspora Alliance, ladies and gentlemen, habari zenu? You're well? My name is Naftali Mungi. I'm the founder and CEO at HiSoap Properties. My past is banking. I worked for a Standard Chartered Bank for 6 years. I'm an engineer by profession. Apparently, I staggered myself into the bank and then started HiSoap. HiSoap is a real estate company. We have got a 360 degrees approach into real estate. We are actually alumni also at Strathmore. And in January, we'll be doing a presentation in the University of Texas. Okay. And purely on affordable housing. 80% of diaspora remittances come into this country into real estate. If you look at 80%, actually 85% of exhibitors today are in real estate. So the question is, what is it about real estate? We are still a growing economy. Africa, East Africa, we are a growing economy. And so there's a huge opportunity in housing. Look at it. Our universities dispense about 800,000 people every year. These are new people needing a shelter over their head. Our banks have dispensed only 25,000 mortgages from 1963 when we got independence. The government has started the affordable housing move, looking to build 250 houses every year. So 250,000 houses every year. Will they achieve? I doubt, but I choose to be optimistic. So how do we approach affordable housing at HiSoap? We have got a program called Turning Plots into Homes. And this is one of the most unique model that we have. So if you have got that land in Malindi, you have got that land in Eldoret, you've got that land in Kilifi. We have our partner financier called Tower Sacco. Tower Sacco, lift your hand up. So yeah, we are going to get financing from Tower Sacco. We build your house to the latter, okay, with our team of engineers. And look at it. If there's a problem in this country, if there's an expense in business in this country, is trust. So how do we digitize trust? We will not build your house using your money. We want you to deposit that money at Tower Sacco. Tower Sacco give us a bank guarantee. We build that house with our money. Okay, and upon you ticking all the boxes in that house and getting a certificate of occupancy, we cash out the money. Okay, so there is no issue of you bringing the money and then so many other people divert that money. So we want to use our money based on your bank guarantee, on your approval, then ticking everything, we get the money. Currently, we are doing about 75 houses across the country. And the aim is to do business worth $10 million. That's $1 billion shillings every year. We were part of the pension-backed mortgage developer. Apparently, the court squashed that. We also have signed a big government organization where we'll be doing 300 houses for them across the country. Now, this is client-led. We have got players like the Iconic who will build one and then put all of us there. That's great. But I want to tell you, if you have got an acre somewhere in Maralal, we want to come there, build for you, do the work for you, inspect, and we have got an app where you'll be seeing your house as it goes up. Okay? So that is the way we have digitized trust, because we are a culture of trust. Hi, SOP team, Simameni, Tawasako Simameni. This is my great team. We are headquartered in at International House, second floor. We have a branch in Nakuru to cater for that region. Yes, God bless you. Asanteni sana. Let's network. Thank you.
Thank you, Haisop. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Your phones. Right. Good. We'll be having Q&A.
That's a good question.
I know. Okay. Might we have due deal in the house? Anybody from due diligence in the house? Anyone from National Housing Corporation in their house? You're being looked for outside in case one is here. Yes, sir. This program the past one because it's very exciting. I can imagine. You know, you leave the best for last. He's my teacher. Please give him the microphone for a minute. Okay. Are there any questions or comments? Lordship Africa left before we ask questions, but believe we'll still be able to take questions if there are any. Are there any comments or questions from the floor? Yes, Banker, Madam. If she can be given a... Yeah, please. No, it's okay. We'll give you a minute. If she can be given a mic. Margaret. You can just switch it off for now, mic. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'll be very brief. So I'm requesting if HISOP, I'm very excited about your product because I can tell you for free. I'm the one on the banking side and I see how the money comes. So you're right, 80% of our money is going to some plots somewhere, but now the building. And you know, when you come to the commercial banking side of things, we say a plot that is not developed is as good as God knows in terms of valuation, right? So for me, I have actually personally, if you're doing joint ventures, JVs, maybe if you can answer that, and then other details I can come to you. And I'm sure I'm asking for so many Kenyans, including the ones online.
Right.
And then are you handling just retail side or are you handling commercial side? So if I want to put up, a rental apartment, not in Kitengela, on some major highway. I'm kidding, bro. I'm kidding. If I want to put up a commercial building where I will be collecting rent, is that something you're doing or you're just focusing on residential?
Right.
Sante sana. Margaret Kimani.
A round of applause. Thank you very much. We can take, if there's anybody with another comment or question. Yes, Mzee Owen over there. If just keep it short. Yes. Excellent.
Sir, your comment that only 25,000 mortgages are there in Kenya. Absolutely correct. 3 years back, today it is just 25. 3 years we got 20,000 only. The reason is the disposable income is less here. People, this is not a negative comment, people in Kenya have less habits of savings. First, they bring a car. If a young boy comes, he first a car. It becomes necessary because roads are bad. In India, we first treat our education for children. Second is house. So that mindset has to be changed. You want to really succeed in housing. I have wasted 10 years in this field, 10 years wasted, I'm saying. I talk to so many guys, government, private investors, so many, let us do this, affordable housing. The $1 trillion investment is required in Kenya only, $1 trillion investment to keep everybody housing. But they say there is no saving habits at all. So please educate people, middle class, young people, old people, and college graduates to save money, first of all, for housing. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. A round of applause. Well done. There's a final comment or question from, as we do that, I just realized, okay, I can see a hand over there. Yeah, please. We don't want to marginalize the audience because you are the reason we are here.
Thank you very much. My name is Edwin. I'm also an alumni from Strathmore University. And also my question goes to Michael on how you can advise the youth to apply on international jobs in terms of maybe working in the UK, also maybe working in the New York City. So what are the areas do we have to look at in terms of those applications, and how can we hack those maybe scholarships and everything?
Well taken. Okay, you can, I think we can take those ones now, but before, or we could even take them first. But I wanted to hear Judil does something very interesting. So do we allow her to share so that we take the questions together? The speakers, if you take note of those questions already asked. So madam, please, you can use either this, whichever you prefer. Give a round of applause, Judil.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Doreen Mwau. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and a director in charge of legal affairs, Due Deal. Now, Due Deal, in Due Deal, what we do is we conduct due diligence for investors. If you want to purchase a property, it could be land, it could be an apartment. We go beyond the ordinary title search. So most of us tend to just do a title search when you're purchasing a property. Then after you have purchased the property, you've paid the purchase price, a few years down the line, issues arise. And you're forced to now go seek the services of an advocate. Others are distressed to the point of death because of issues they could not have pointed out by just doing a mere title search. So what Due Deal is coming into the market to do is to do a thorough search so that by the time we are giving you a go-ahead to purchase a property, you're sure that you're getting a clean title. It's not just advocates that are partners that partner with us in Due Deal. We have other professionals from valuers, surveyors, geologists. For instance, there are people who purchase properties and you want to drill a borehole. So we have a team of professionals who are going to meet your need. So we sit down with you, we agree on the scope of work and give you the best deal. We also do, what do you call it? Other than due diligence, we make sure that you're getting the best deal. That if you're buying a property or an apartment, it's not a knockoff. It's not exorbitantly priced. So I invite all of you to come to our offices, seek our services at a small fee, but it's something that goes a long way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause to her. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Now, if we can take the questions that were asked, who wants to? Sarah was okay. Let's Haiso.
Okay. Thank you so much, Maggie. Yes, we do JVs. I would like to understand what perspective of JV. Is it bringing the money or the expertise? That senior, you've said something very good. If there's something that has troubled this country is our culture. Let me give you some numbers. A normal Chinese saves 60% of their income. And that is the money they use to lend to us. And an Indian saves about 55% of their income. Kenyans fuliza before their salary. Yeah. Okay. So that is what has brought us into. Then there's another big bit that has halted this economy. It's called rental fees. A Kenyan spends between 35% to 40% of their money in rental fees. So how much money will you be left with to grow this economy if everything goes into rental fees? And the rental fees, the building of those houses is from money and materials that have come from abroad. Okay, that is what has made us net importers of everything. So yes, that's a culture issue. So Maggie, I would like us to meet.
Good.
Yes,
a round of applause. Thank you. As we field the next question, might there be somebody from BestLink developers in the house? Anyone from BestLink? Okay, good. So as the next was a question. Yes, Mikey, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think the question was, what kind of tips can I give young people who probably want to pursue a career outside Kenya? I think the key thing for me, I think the first one is probably try to work hard in school. In uni, just be focused. I guess when you're in school, probably sometimes you're not even sure what you want to do. The only thing you can be sure about is just get the best grade ever. Then after that, I think the other thing I would recommend is try to use resources that are available. Like if you go online, check out resources. You can get any resource on any school that you want to go to. So check out, I want to go to this school. Dream, honestly, dream. Believe you can get into any school that you want to get into. So use the resources for school application. And second, I think scholarships as well. So, I mean, it's kind of tied because if you get a really, really good grade, you're most likely to go to a good school and you're most likely to get funded. So you start with the first process. The second, and the third one, I think for me, is mentorship. Try to kind of look for people in the same area that you're in, the career that you want to be in. If you want to work in London, just go online and look for people who are currently located in those areas. Kenyans preferably, reach out to them, just ask them for mentorship. And I think if you just take all those steps, I think ultimately you can definitely get whatever you want to get, and you can end up whenever you want to end up.
A round of applause, Mike. Thank you. I know also in the audience, we have somebody on her YouTube has mentored several. I think one of the most prestigious scholarships is Chevening. So maybe at one point she'll just say a word. Another round of applause for the guys on the front. Was there another question or?
A tip, because we are in real estate, and this is to our diaspora people. There'll be growth in the new 47 county headquarters. So if you're thinking about a good return on investment, please go list all the 47, because the least funded in this country every year is given about 4 billion shillings. And this is a town that was nothing some 10 years ago. Okay, so that is the best place to put your money. We have spearheaded this by being in so many counties. We are big in Nakuru, we are big in Nyandarua. So in the next 20 years, there will be so many cities in this country. Put your money there.
A round of applause for that. BestLink developers, if somebody could come over, just 2 minutes, share 3 minutes, share with us briefly. We treasure you. Incidentally, Kenyan based, but introduced to us from Germany. You know how you travel far to meet. A round of applause when she comes over. 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Beatrice Mumbwa from BestLink Developers. BestLink Developers, we are 4 years. We have done 16 projects, but our main projects are in Mwalim Farm, Ruiru East, Kiambu County. So we are driven by 3 core values. One is integrity, honest, and delivery. We deliver. For the 16 projects, we have already delivered to our clients. On Saturday, we launched our project. It's called the Money Gardens. It's about 68 plots, that is 8 acres. We have already sold 20, and we are looking forward by the end of Feb, we are going to be done with the project. Thank you so much.
Round of applause. Thank you very much. If somebody can move a mic over there, Chevenine, microphones are better. Ambassador, please, we can pass over there. If there is any other burning question or comment, because we want to wrap up and then go into specific recommendations. Somebody asked, what do you advise for scholarships? Kylie, you're passing the lady in red here. A round of applause to her. She takes the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. As mentioned, my name is Kylie. I was a recipient of the Chevening Scholarship 2021 to 2022. And my advice for anyone who's looking for such opportunities is just to take advantage of the internet, like was said, reach out to people on LinkedIn who've gotten the scholarship before, ask questions, and just do your best. So I think that's a little piece of advice I can add on to.
A round of applause to her. Thank you. I could see a hand at the back. I must add that I could see on YouTube Nigerian students who said, I followed you and I got my this to Cambridge or to that place through Chevening. For those in scholarly world would know that's one of the best, Commonwealth and Chevening. So another round for her as well. And she's my next of kin. Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Jean Lusweti. I am a resident of Brussels. And we are a small community of Kenyans that's extremely vibrant, led by a very able, sorry?
Please, let's have one meeting. Yeah, go ahead, Brussels.
Yes, we have a small but vibrant community of Kenyans, led by a very able chair called Ruth Owino, as Dr. Ochoa will attest to it.
Sure.
Now, I'm very happy to be here today, and I have a question for for the businesses here who have said a lot of great things about their work. My question is a very practical one. You usually, as businesses, travel to diaspora to meet Kenyans there to promote and sell your services. And we are usually very surprised that nobody comes to Brussels, or very few. I think there has been Optiven and barely anybody else. My question is it because you do not know that we exist? We are at the center of Europe. We are at the capital of Europe. I work for the European Union, and a lot of other Kenyans work with big organizations. Some are nurses. We may be small, but I think our income is quite sizable. And we wonder why you do not come to visit us.
Right. Good boy. Good boy. A round of applause. Thank you very much. And I can confirm that the Association of Kenyan Diaspora in Brussels and Luxembourg is the 62nd member of the Kenya Diaspora Alliance. A round of applause to them. Of course, we also know that Brussels is the headquarters, and we have a very good ambassador and tech Professor Ndemo. And during the Mashujaa Day, we had celebrations that are still continuing. They have to continue after Jamhuri Day. We're glad you're in the house. Another round of applause. Thank you. It's good to hear from the capital. We hear from DC, from London, from Brussels. We're getting there. I think the other day we also heard from Seoul, because that's headquarters of Southeast Asia, Seoul, Korea. Unless it's a burning issue, I want now to start asking questions to the floor. What's the single most important thing? Next year we'll be celebrating, before I give the panelists opportunity to say their last word, which will be 30 seconds each. One singular most important thing you'd want us to do together next year, if wishes were horses, what would that be? Please write down in papers, which we will collect. 2 or 3 of you will ask to pronounce. So what is the most singular thing You want us to do as KDA as we're celebrating, because this was the 9th, okay, annual homecoming convention. Next year is the 10th, as we celebrate the anniversary. And there's what we call public participation now in Kenya. You don't do it just alone. You want to consult. And many heads are definitely better than one. Tell us what would be that. You may add, this is a question we did ask 3 years ago. We did a study in collaboration with the University of North Carolina, asked Kenyan diasporas, and 1,000 of you responded. We were so grateful. Prof, if we could have one or consult in low tones, we would appreciate. If one question was, if Kenya government at the time asked you, just tell us one single most important thing that if we did for you would make you as diasporas feel belonging. What would be that? Just one thing. And I must say this is a question similar to what the Excellency Prime CS did ask us about 2 weeks ago when we met. 2 questions. One, he asked, what's we do? I'll not answer that today. We've talked sufficiently about it. Unless somebody is so compelled to know about it, you can check wedo.africa. It's one of those grants from the German government supporting micro enterprises. Call it Mama Mboga, but they also support even professors, I'm told, as long as you have a good business idea. So that's a question that would appreciate being answered. What is it that you'd want us to request the Kenya government? They haven't asked us, but suppose they asked us as KDA, and we want to talk for the diasporas. What should we tell them that this is the single most important thing? Because in a way, it's actually a question that the Honorable, sorry, Prof, if maybe you can step aside a little. Yeah, but please, yeah, the Wazes should never be together, you know. Give them a round of applause. But Palipo Waze, you can't fail to get peace, so, and wisdom. So much appreciated. So please write it on a piece of paper, the single most important thing we should do at next year's conference. And also, if government of Kenya asked, as it has asked unofficially, what's the single most important thing that would want us to do for you? If I have some ushers to help collect them, please write that one thing. There are 2 things. One is, what would you want us to do at the next, or either at next year's event, or should have achieved by the time of next year? So I'm paraphrasing the question, whichever of the 2 you prefer. What do you want us to achieve by next year? Or what would you want us to do by next year? Probably that we have not done. The second one is, if the government, what would you want to request Kenya government? I say this confident that the leadership, apart from the CS honoring us here with his entire team, Madam PS, the Chief of Staff, and other senior dignitaries of government. Incidentally, she said, as we start the new year, please organize the diaspora leaders who may still be around. We will try and look for Madam CS. But when we go there, it would be nice. The one thing only, not 2, that you want us to tell, please write, and then they be collected. In the meantime, as we get them collected, once we collect, 2 of them will ask you to tell us what they are. Any part of the world that is here that has not spoken, any part of, or has spoken but has not spoken loud enough and want to be heard. Yes, I can see at the back, Cesarina, if you can give her a microphone over there. Somebody can assist, Ambassador Mbeja, if you can assist, if you can get Cesarina a microphone, please. Sorry, Balozi. Sorry, Mabalozi. Thanks.
Apologies, sir. I was just saying I'm collecting the papers.
You are collecting. Yes. Okay, a round of applause to her. Okay, so for those who have given, I think there's a hand where? Here. Okay, yes, please pass on the hand here. Is this Western Europe or Central? A microphone over here, please. Can I have some help, ladies? A microphone. Let him have it. Yeah. Please, if you can bring it over here. Just reintroduce yourself briefly and then ask your question or make your comment.
I was about to say good morning.
Yes, that's fine.
The lunch was good. Good afternoon, everyone. Just in response to your question, a part of the world that has not spoken.
Right.
I'm a returnee from the Caribbean.
Oh,
and
nice.
Yes, thank you. And I believe and that's one of the requests I'm writing, that we incorporate the contemporary and other diasporans. Right. I think KDA can be the headquarters for other diasporans for Africa. I think that would be a big mark. For 10th year anniversary, I think that would be wonderful. Guys like Michael and so will tell you that we are exporting so much talent of financial services to Cayman Islands, Bahamas, etc. So we have big opportunity there to stamp our feet. So that's just representing that side of the world, and it's good for us to be heard and seen in this room. Right. And I'm willing to work and be a representative for that region. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Most welcome. One hand over there and one at the back. Yeah, please, if there's a microphone, if it can be passed to the back. Chief, where is the microphone? Oh, you already have it. Please go ahead. It will be coming to you next. Or if there's another microphone somewhere, please.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tom Juma.
Right.
I'm a mechanical engineer.
Right.
I think the conference has not exhausted well the issue of importing technologies. What technologies do we have in the foreign countries?
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tom Juma,
right.
Mechanical engineer from KU. Mm-hmm. I think throughout the conference, we have not exhausted the technologies that we have in foreign countries that we should import and implement in our countries. Right. And then the last one, I would just say that for the next time, please let us involve universities, because we have young brains that should come and express their talents, their innovation as a way of exchanging knowledge and technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Noted. I'll introduce Tom properly once we are done. Okay, there's a hand at the back, please. If a microphone can be taken, the microphone, please, right in the back. Just self-introduce. I should ask that Tom happens to belong. We have a group, Diaspora Tech Training. Most of it are people who have been to technical schools. I'll continue once you have, I'll disrupt. Go ahead.
Great. Good evening, everybody.
Hi.
My name is Suzanne Ambetsa. I'm from the middle of the Indian Ocean in a small country called Seychelles.
Seychelles, right. No wonder.
I don't think Seychelles has ever been represented here.
No. Yeah, stand up, we see you.
Oh.
Requesting a round of applause as she does. Thank you.
Okay, I work for the government of Seychelles.
Right.
In the Ministry of Entrepreneurship, Investment, Entrepreneurship and Industry. I'm a director responsible for technology and business incubation. And I was sent by the Seychelles government in my own country to represent them in the Kenya Innovation Week, which just concluded yesterday. And since I was free today, I decided I must come. I've been chatting with Dr. Ochodo, and this is a great platform to represent our Kenyans in the diaspora. My biggest request through this platform is to have, I don't know, there's an Pan-African Parliament.
Sure.
I know we have a lot of innovations in Africa. We cannot push it as Kenya or an individual country. If we can push the agenda for Africa as a front through the Pan-African Parliament to have our innovations and inventions patented from Africa for Africa. Then we will not have us in those countries. We will create an environment for us at home that is out there so we can feel comfortable coming back home. There's nothing wrong with our home, but we can create an environment that we can all be comfortable to be in, rather than be poached by Google and Facebook and those tech companies. We can create our own tech companies. I know there are guys who have created tech companies, but who is investing in them? This is the platform that the diaspora people can invest in. Right. We create our own companies that will bring in high-value jobs, right, that will keep our people home and bring the diaspora back to invest at home so that we have an Africa for Africans. We do not want, sorry for the angel investors and venture capitalists from out there, but some of them are predators. They come and predate on our young innovators, and they take their inventions and patent them as their own. We can be a China. We go copy, bring back home. Copy, bring back home. So we can have our own patents, and then we will have high-value jobs that caters for our own Africans. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you. Well spoken. I dare not add more, except to say, by the way, as I say that, if we have Optiven in the house, Optiven, maybe one from the booths could come and say a word on behalf of Optiven. As we do that, there's a question asked involving the universities. Actually, we did inform at no lesser than Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor level, but we have one Vice Chancellor Emeritus who serves for them all, a Super Vice Chancellor. A round of applause for him, Professor. Thank you. So, but in the past, we've also connected our universities and other universities. Cooperative University is now working very closely through an effort like this with the University of California, Santa Cruz, among others. A round of applause for them. And we are keen to connect more. We also have now in Brussels, maybe our sisters just left, but there's the European Business University. Yes, with 16,000 students. 9,000 of them are Kenyan. A round of applause. And the president of it is Dr. John Muli. A round of applause for Muli. Thank you. Check them online, European Business University. Okay, so lots of things, particularly at that stage. I want to come now to this front seat to get final comments. We are approaching closure. I'll be inviting, of course, EU. I'm not sure the presidency is currently in Germany, but our project we do originated from Germany. Simon, Kirui, if you can get ready to move a vote of thanks, because we'll be winding up. It seems we're expecting Right Honorable just completed campaigns in Western, was trying to make his way here, but it's a Friday evening. So please, we'll record apologies on behalf, as we will also on behalf of our CES, the Friend of Diaspora, of cooperatives and Mamambogas. We call him a Diaspora Migrant Worker Welfare Champion. That's Honorable C.S. Chelugui. Give him a round of applause, even if not with us yet. He has, last year he was our chief guest. So, okay. So, colleagues, if we can start from extreme left, your parting shot, 30 seconds.
Yeah. So I think I'll be super brief. So I'm so excited to have come, to have met so many people today, and I'm looking forward to connecting after this. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. I think I feel like there's so many areas we can share, knowledge sharing, I'm a member of a Kenya US Bar Association, which consists of over 140 lawyers in the US. So maybe sometimes you have a legal question that touches on the US, feel free to reach out to me. I can link you up with someone from investments to immigration. More than happy to link you with someone. But other than that, I think I'm looking forward to being a part of this team and getting to know each one of you. Thank you.
A round of applause to him. No, it's not easy coming from New York just for this, what we call this little thing. Yeah? So another round of applause is befitting. Thank you. Yes, hi, so.
Mine is to appreciate the opportunity. Please, let's visit our booth. Let's collaborate. The future of business is collaboration. Competition is a thing of the past. And I have a request. Please take out your phones. Go to Instagram. HiSopK, follow us. I'm checking. Please go ahead. God bless you.
Yes, amen. Go ahead. Thank you. Oh, by the way, for the past 2 weeks, the Diaspora Homecoming Convention has been trending. I think let's tag all our partners. Then we are a larger community. A round of applause to HiSop. Thank you. We treasure you. Yes.
Thank you very much. As you all know, your network is your net worth. So I would like to request that if you feel that you want to learn about networking, which has really changed me and transformed me to be who I am, you are willing to see me, you are welcome to see me. I will be sitting somewhere. And I'm very approachable because that is one of the things that I train people. And in conclusion, if you make other people's business your business, you will be in business. Thank you.
A round of applause. Now that's what we call a quotable quote. If you make other people's business your business, you will be in what? In business. Another round of applause to Mr. Well said. Yes, Council. Due deal.
Yes, mine is to thank Dr. for the opportunity, and of course all of you for making time and being here. And of course, I want to urge you, think due deal. If you want to acquire genuine property, think due deal. And after this, I will be available. If you're in this congregation and you give us instructions to do due diligence for property today, you will get a 30% discount on our fee. So it's what's the time, Dr. It can run for an hour. After an hour, till next time. Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. A round of applause to Due Deal. Thank you. My takeaway is that doing due diligence is not in just checking titles alone. It involves much more than that. Okay. Brother Simon, when you're ready to, is Cesarina in the house or Samali? Please move closer. I hope you're compiling for Simon the list of vote of thanks, if you liaise with them. But I want to recognize people who have been making this happen. Let me start. Often Shem gets credit, but I do the least. No, because when you have good people doing fantastic job, can I request all the committee members of the local planning committee, if there are any global planning committee members in our midst, can you stand up so that we acknowledge you? Members of the committee planning committee. Samali, I'm asking the members of LOC to stand up. Simon, please. Mwalimu Wanda, you're too busy doing your work. Give them a round of applause. But behind there is Sir Humphrey, even though with Kirdi, but has been doing fantastic job. CPA Martin, we treasure you. A round of applause to him. Madam Margaret, banker veteran. And of course, I don't know if you have resolutions, Lady Sabina, or we defer them for now. But she's chief rapporteur together with Wanda. A round of applause. Thank you. And of course, the great ladies and the gentleman standing, and I think Grace is also approaching them. Give the 5 of them, a round of applause. Ranging from Grace to Caesarina to Samali to Simon to Ambassador Beja to the tech guys, Arnold and Coke. Please stand, give them a round of applause. Just ensuring that we are well. Oh yes, and of course, at the door now, those are the KDA ladies. A round of applause to them. I can see Lizzie, I can see Knight on their behalf, the head of the, the head of the help desk, Knight Nyaribo. A round of applause to her. Thank you. I can see Christabel. Please give them a mic. They shout the names. Just to be sure. Is there a microphone? Please bear with me because without these guys, we would not be here. So just mention your name and then we hear the voice. Okay, Christabel?
Hello, my name is Christabel Adiambo, part of KDA.
Thank you, a round of applause, thank you.
My name is Knight, we are happy to have you and we hope you will come back again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name
Hi.
is Edna. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Council, thank you.
Good evening.
Right.
I'm Lizzie Nyaribo, part of the organizing team since 2018.
A round of applause. Thanks, Lizzie.
Good evening.
Hi.
Grace Asimba, the treasurer, and I hope you enjoyed yourself.
A round of applause. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I'm Nancy Magoma, part of the KDA.
A round of applause. You know, for almost 2 years, we've been working with Nancy, but I'm just now seeing her in person for the first time today. A round of applause. Thank you very much. That's what technology does. Okay, the rest continue.
I want to appreciate all of you for gracing this occasion. My name is Maureen Otieno, and welcome again when you have such an event.
A round of applause. Thank you, Maureen.
Good evening. My name is Grace Sein. I'm part of KDA.
Thank you, Grace. A round of applause. Thank you. And asante sana to Mheshimiwa Kitura, our very good friend.
My name is Barak Oduor. I am a communication specialist.
All those media reporting you've been seeing, Weather Nation Standard. A round of applause. Thank you, Barry. Next.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Nina Muita. Part of KDA. We are partners with KDA, so we work together.
A round of applause to Nina doing the running round apart. Why don't you? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Samali.
Samali Kereka, part of the organizing committee.
A round of applause to Samali. You know, ordinarily Ugandan married Kenyan. So, and together with Caesarina, who is just about to take the floor, they lead the team. A round of applause to them. Cizi, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Caesarina Nasirumbi, Marketing Manager, KDA.
A round of applause. Thank you. Last but not least.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi.
Gloria Diambo was in charge of publicity and media relations.
Thanks so much, Gloria. Well done, together with Barak. And she was juggling many things, events organizer, together with Naomi Kirui. I think Naomi is not in the house today. She's your namesake, but Simon, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm the noisy one, so you better wake up. So my name is Simon Kirui. I also work with KDA. I was part of the Global Planning Committee. Right. I'm so pleased that I made a decision to be here. So you are welcome, and let's move on together. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you, Brother Simon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Elfa Zwanda, commonly Mwalimu Wanda. I worked as rapporteur together with, I co-rapporteur with Sabina.
Right.
And a friend and a family of KDA. Thank you.
A round of applause to Mwalimu Mwanda. Before Arnold takes the turn, he was introduced to us by Rosemary Musumba, New York. Those in the communication sector know Rosemary. You can't beat her on Twitter Spaces. So if you want to meet Mwalimu Mwanda, go there, try him. Another round of applause to Mwalimu Mwanda. Now you see him, the real one. Arnold.
Thank you so much for coming. Right. My name is Okango Arnold. I'm the tech support for Kenya Diaspora Alliance.
A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Usually assisted by Dennis Bundi Kimathi, together with Stacy Kiriri. A round of applause to the tech team led by Arnold. Yes.
Hello, everyone, again.
Right.
My name is Sabina Chieng. I was the chief rapporteur for this session, and thank you very much for joining us.
A round of applause. Thank you. And behind me, or Ambassador, you want to go first? Go ahead.
My name is Zia Beja. I'm part of the Secretariat and also manning the African Diaspora Alliance Secretariat.
A round of applause. Thank you very much. And he didn't say that the biggest diaspora project is actually in this county, Taita Taveta. Another round of applause. Now, I know I don't want to tell her to introduce because if she does, you will not understand. But Madam Joyce Kerubo is our sign language. Madam Joyce Kwamboka is our sign language interpreter. A round of applause. Do this way, do this way, this way, this way. You know, we are a very inclusive group. I cannot forget to mention resolutions. If they're in the house, resolutions. Okay, okay. At this stage, you want to say the final word, vote of thanks? Then we'll just pray and I'll request we come over here. We take a group photo if we can fit here. Would be nice, but just hold. We'll let you know at the right time. So give a...
I don't know, I come up or I come down.
Okay. Okay.
Please, you'll allow us.
I'm privileged. Yeah.
You'll allow us.
Okay.
So guys, please, with all of us standing, this man is so humble, so he'll never agree to be honored. I think, to be honest, allow me to honor you. When I met this man, I was not even in the country, but the rest is history. Sure. So on behalf of the Kenyan country people, diaspora people, even the ones online, we honor you. CBS, how many titles should we give him? CBS, EBS, whichever title you give, but God recognizes the work you do. So remember yesterday, guys, I told you my daughter, 8-year-old, is making this Amani brand. It's her name. So tonight you take a sip of honey before you go to sleep. That is for you. And then when I talk about, other than investment banking, I'm a self-published Kenyan author, African author, of course, but leadership is my thing. So when I wrote this book, the book I'm currently writing, you'll be the top first few pages. Because I'm writing about, I think it's about time as Kenyans. And I say this with a lot of, I feel like crying sometimes when I think about the unsung everyday heroes. Dr. Shem Ochuodo, you're one of the everyday unsung heroes that serve this country and the country. I mean, let me tell you something. Half of you in the room, I would never have met you in my lifetime. It was not meant for this man. So we honor you. You're exactly unleashing the leadership giants. This is
a round of applause for Dr. Shem, please. Let's honor him. And thank you so much.
We recognize the work you do. God bless you. God increase you. We don't even know how to thank you, but God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much. We can be...
Before Brother Simon says a round of applause, you know, when you're given... Have a seat, everyone, please. Have a seat. You know, you have to say to accept. I haven't seen anybody declining an award, but people have the discretion. I feel so good. Once I served the former boss, President Kagame, and he kept saying humility. Okay? So often I say we don't do these things to be recognized or awarded, but give a round of applause. Thank you so much. I welcome it. As we conclude, there's a mightier person who gets all the glory. Hallelujah.
Amen.
I rest my case.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shem. So my name again is Simon Kirui. I think I spoke before. And I told you earlier on that I'm the noisy one. So you wake up. We're coming to an end. And shall I take this one? Okay, thank you. I like being independent. So Dr. Shem, we honor you again.
Thank you.
May God bless you abundantly. And actually, I didn't know Dr. Shem, but now I've learned one thing. Humility pays. Another thing is when you are humble, you are exalted. So, Dr. Shem, we honor you again. Thank you for your work. I don't want to say I'm here by default, but being a Kenyan, I'm actually a buyer of an idea where it brings people together. As a representative of the German Diaspora organization, I also chair and lead the Kenyan Diaspora in Germany. And when we saw what KDA is doing, we had no option. I told our brothers and sisters, we need to actually come up together and work together with KDA. So I don't want to take that so much. I want to recognize our partners here who actually made us to have this convention, and we want to thank you all. We recognize you, we honor you, we thank you so much. And Brand Strategy and Design, PSD, one of our partners, please, a round of applause. Group Crystal Livers Diamond Partnership Tier 1, please, round of applause. Number 2, AFIC International. I'm not going by criteria that they are the best, and then I'm just listing them, okay? So don't thank me. Okay, AFIC International Real Estate, Kenya Limited, GTC Diamond Partnership, Tier 1. Number 3, we have Hyssop Property Silver. Please give a round of applause. Standard Investment Bank. Please give them a round of applause. That's Silver Partnership, actually. Number 5, Kingdom Bank Silver Partnership. Capital Markets Authority Silver Partnership. National Housing Corporation Silver Partnership. And then we go to Higher Education Loans Board. They also gave us Silver Partnership. Number 12, Safaricom Investment, Silver Partnership as well. Mouthfeel Limited Bronze Partnership. Remember, maybe next time you'll take one of these lists. So, yeah, know where you could be, okay? Because we are coming again. So, number 14, Due Deal Kenya Limited Bronze Partnership. Thank you so much. Executive Super Riders Bronze Partnership. Thank you so much. Orobo Pay Bronze Partnership. Please. Mzahibu Housing Bronze Partnership. Optiven Bronze Partnership. International Fund for Agriculture Development, IFAD, gift. That is a gift. They gave us a gift. Thank you so much, IFAD. Kenya Airways in kind ticket discount. Please give them a round of applause. Muchui, Muriuki, and Atieno Advocates LBB. MMA Law LPP in kind. They did that as well. Thank you so much. And then we have Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority, UFA Gifts. That was a put, that's silver actually. They did it. Please give them a round of applause. You will get tired. We don't get tired, please. And then we have Laser Properties Premier Exhibition. Thank you so much. We thank you that you are here. And then we go to We Do Africa, 6 booths, actually, premium exhibition, please. Thank you so much. And then we go to Kenya Medical Research Institute, Cambry, premier exhibition. Thank you, Cambry. And then we have the Property Show, First Avenue Properties, premier exhibition, Tier 1. Thank you. International Organization for Migration, IOM, premier exhibition. Thank you. Action Aid Premier Exhibition. Thank you. And then we have Finza Properties Standard Exhibition. Thank you so much, Finza. And then we have Almond Estate Standard Exhibition. Thank you so much. And then we have Cooperative Bank Standard Exhibition. Thank you so much. Rockman Properties Standard Exhibition. Thank you so much. We have another one that is not in the list. Best Link Developers Properties. Thank you so much. Also, that was a standard exhibition. Thank you so much. Kindly, sorry? There is also another one that we almost forget. NCBA, thank you so much. Yeah, we thank you so much because you made it for us to be here. And you are not doing it only for yourself. We just heard it. If you made other people's business, you are in business. Thank you so much. We are also making your business. Now we are also in business. Kindly, we invite you to Global Trade Center 2. If you're interested, get it in luxury apartment and obviously spaces in the tallest building in East Africa. That is, I'm not aware of that. Maybe you will get that information. Now I want to recognize the speakers who also made it to make this convention happen. So we recognize Ali Samabali, Ali Mali Enterprise. Please give them a round of applause. Sports management, yeah? Ali Samabali or Ali Mali Sports Management. And then Ambassador Bramwell Waliaula Kisuya. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Dr. David Otuama, National Commission for Science. Thank you so much. Where is Dr.? He's not here, but please give them a round of applause as we continue. Dr. Manu Jantaria Foundation. Thank you so much. And then we have Dr. Wilson Carrera Associate Advocate is over there. Thank you so much. And then we have Dr. Wilfred Marube, Kenya Exports Promotion Branding Agency. Thank you so much. Wherever you are, we are also online. And then Honorable Lydia Haika Mizingi, Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers Committee. Thank you so much. And then we have Honorable Simon Nganga Kingara, Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers Committee in the Parliament. Thank you, Honorable Nganga. Thank you so much. And then we have, of course, the highest government delegate who actually graced this occasion. Minister CS, thank you so much. Dr. Alfred Mutua, Minister of Foreign Affairs. We know that you are serious. Thank you for giving us that attention. And we also recognize the PS, Madam Roslyn Jogu. Thank you, Madam Roslyn Jogu, the PS. You know you are serious. Thank you for giving us that attention. And then we have Miss Ida Nganga, Internet for Development Global Community. Thank you so much. We have Morris Onyuka Kiwimbi. Thank you so much. Please, the Musichoke, please give them. Continue. We're in business. We're in business. Yeah? Okay. Then we go to Gerono Phyllis Rotich, Indiana University. Thank you, doctor. And then we have Professor George Njoroge Kemri. Thank you, Dr. Njoroge. Professor Samuel Kariuki Kemri. Thank you. And then we have Professor Kariuki, represented by Professor Jennifer Orua. Thank you so much. Thank you that you are here. Please stand up and just wave so that the doctor knows that you are represented. Thank you so much. We are doing it for ourselves. Yeah, this is our business. Africa is our business. Yes. And then we have Professor Olubayi Kiwimbi. Thank you, Professor. And then we have Wolfram Sunza, We Do Africa. Thank you, Wolfram. And safe journey back home. We appreciate you. And then we have also, Catherine, she was there. Safe journey, Catherine, from We Do. And then Mr. Adeyemi Koka Consultants. Thank you, Mr. Adeyemi. And then Honorable Bernard Kitur, Mheshimiwa Honorable, thank you so much, wherever you are. Carry the flag ahead. Thank you so much. Nandi County. And then, Nandi Hills, yes. And then Honorable Stephen Sang, Governor, most probably didn't make it, but thank you for giving us that time. Honorable Sang, thank you so much. And then Sarah Kanyinki, Sarma Holdings, thank you, Sarah. And then we have the last, not the least, the two last, Mr. Gideon Mwanzia Ufa, that's unclaimed financial assets. Thank you so much. Moses Kemibaro, Digital Strategies. Thank you so much. Please, round of applause. I'm to the end. And for those ones who did, is there anyone who spoke and didn't recognize? I recognize you here. Ah, yes. We want to recognize our speakers here. Yes, Michael, thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause. What you do for others, you do it for your. Exactly. Naftali Mwangi, thank you so much. I want to shout for you. You don't need to shout. Sario Karaoke, thank you so much. Please, round of applause for her. Doreen Mao, please give a round of applause. And then Professor, of course, the senior professor, Vice Chancellor, what other, okay. EBS and all others we give you. Thank you, Professor, for being us with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then I want to recognize also these people because they're making it happen. Give them a round of applause and the other guy as well there. Thank you so much for representing us. Thank you. There's inclusion. And then Muse there, thank you for being us with us here, please. And the technical team, thank you so much. And then I want to recognize all of you. Can you give yourself a round of applause? Nani hataki kujifikia makofi? Yeah, you don't want to appreciate yourself. Please give it up. Thank you so much. And for that, I welcome you and I thank you so much. Let's meet next year with some resolutions and don't be left out. Remember, as an African, you don't need to be invited. Where there is an issue for an African, if they don't invite you, get crushed and be on the table, okay? Thank you so much. I welcome you all. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And then we must, of course, thank Simon Kirui. A round of applause for him. Now. We are going to take photos here. Somebody will be praying for us as we conclude. But allow me also, I've been reminded as we pray, remember Dr. Chandaria, who is hospitalized. He was to be here, but he slept a little bit, so he's in hospital at the moment. But, you know, even while bedridden, we talk on video. Okay, so we'll have road shows. We just completed one to the US that took us to 4 states, New Jersey, New York, the tri-state, Washington, DC, and Dallas, Texas. Next year, we'll be doing more road shows. Please get in touch with our secretariats. We also did some in Europe. We'll also be doing some to Australia. I consider that my third home. Rwanda, of course, is my second home. And we'll be doing more to the Gulf region with our members like Kenya, Qatar, Diaspora Circle. Did I hear somebody say, hey? Thank you. And even India. Thank you. We'll be a round of applause to him. Yes, India's got to be one of them as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot conclude, but without much ado, from the bottom of my heart, each and every one of you, particularly if we forgot to acknowledge you, it was not deliberate. It's not that what you did is any lesser, but may your reward be. God bless. May we stand up as we close.
All right, let's humble ourselves and pray. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for putting together the 9th Homecoming Convention. Thank you so much, Lord, for all the diasporans who've traveled from far and wide to be with us for this convention. Thank you so much even for those who've joined us online and stayed with us through and through. Thank you, Lord, for all the speakers that you've given them the strength, you've given them the words, you've given them everything that they needed to know to be able to take us forward. Thank you so much, Lord, for Kenya. Thank you so much that we live in a country that's beautiful and progressing. We pray, Lord, that for every mind that has come together in this conference, that everything we put together will be able to be built into projects that are going to build our country, and not only Kenya, but build Africa at large. Thank you so much for loving us. Thank you so much for making every single thing a success. And Lord, we place into your able hands Dr. Manu Chandaria. Lord, you know that he really wanted to join us, and even from his bed, he sent us a message. So Lord, we pray that you stretch out your healing hand to him, give him strength, give him wisdom. And even as he rests, even if it's in hospital, we pray that you'll give him the rest that he needs. Thank you so much, Lord, for every single country, every single person, every single community that's represented in this room. We pray a special blessing upon each and every person. Thank you so much, Lord, for loving us. Thank you for being here. Be with us and guide each of us. Give us journey mercies, even for those who will be leaving Nairobi or Kenya after this. Bless everybody in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. A round of applause to her. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, we want to come over. We're calling you for the final photo. I've been reminded also that every first Wednesday of the year, meaning January, we have what we call a diaspora social and business networking. One of our affiliates, KDA Welfare Association. So be on the lookout. And please, maybe the camera persons, if you're over here, and remember there's tea, even though some of us are going for a tour, there is also some of us who are not going to have a cup of tea. Please, when the cameraman, if you are here, you can do quick. And then, would we fit here or should we sit outside?
The way the platform might be overwhelming.
Should we? How do we take a photo? Should the cameraman be just here and take us standing? Come. Okay, so we took get there. Okay, so take one here with the speakers.
Susan Ambetsa, come here. Susan. The lady from Seychelles, the lady from Seychelles. The lady from Seychelles.
And our Caribbean friend.
Yeah.
Tell you what to be there. Huh? Okay. Then okay, that can be the last one.
Watu wanaongea closing ceremony. Is it possible to come and take our van? I told you yes. Akakuja mpaka hapo kwa mlango anasema but the meeting is still on. Lakini nikamuuliza, so what did you expect me to tell you?
Hata unaweza kuja aje na meeting.
We are now on the group photo. Let's come out at the reception here for our group photo. We are proceeding at the registration desk for our group photo.
Yeah, we
throw it inside.
Okay. Sorry, we got a photo. Yes, Auntie. Karibu, karibu. Where is Thomas? Yes,
Your personal card.
Get the card.
Your personal card, please.
We are going for a group photo, all of us. None will be left out. Please, a group photo. As a memory of the 9th edition of the Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention. Does it mean those who are seated don't want to be captured in the 9th edition of the group photo? We are all going for a group photo. Thank you, my brother Maingi, for joining us. Does it mean you don't want to appear on the final edition of the Kenya Homecoming Diaspora Convention group photo?
Hi.
Ongea as if you were in America for 3 months.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much for coming. The group photo. You mean you guys at the reception desk, you don't want to be in the group photo without naming names? Yeah, ya kila mtu. Ile itapia kwa magazine ya out there. Just out there.
Where? Elsewhere.
You.
No, come. This is now 2022 KDHC. You must be there. Maureen, Lizzie, Nancy, Knight, Paul. We are all part of the group photo. So let's go there. Zia. Zier. Zier. Sahampri Lumadede. I think it's out already. Susie. Everybody, let's gather outside. Let's gather outside for the group photo, please. Let's go for the group photo.
No USB ni generator ya mwaka. Yeah.
To connect that to get to power on the USB.
No, that's basically 15,000.
Okay.
Unajua saa zilienda. Zimekuwa zikiwa safi. Inaweza ipata na 15, lakini kufika hiyo hata hivi inaweza patikana. Hiyo ni actually the best. Hiyo ni very stable.
So in a 4K, not being a phone HDMI.
Kutia neno HDMI. Kwanza tuko ta kunuka kurema screen directly to notice. Yes, Mr. Y9. Need mwareki ya mission. Haya.